闇じゃないぜ悪のパワーに負けたら最後未来が闇に閉ざされる愛する友の眼差しが倒れるたび傷つくたび俺を強くするルール破りのジャッ悪の超人さあお遊びはここまでだラスト5秒のファイヤー逆転ファイター俺は炎の筋肉マン MUSCLE マッスル MUSCLE マッスル 3、2、1ファイヤー
Alright, folks, good morning. Look at that. Actual color once again. Now that we aren't creeping in the darkness with our Splinter Cell games and adjusting the filters on stream to match, everything looks so washed out. Now that I've allowed the world of bright colors back into my life. And today's the day, folks. Curse of the Last Reaper. The final DLC for Rise of the Golden Idol. And so, as of yet, the last Golden Idol content that we will get for the foreseeable future, unless they decide to dip back into this world and explore more of it with new Golden Idol games, I wouldn't say no. Also, before I begin, I was joking yesterday when we were looking at, what's it called? Splinter Cell Deathwatch, to make a comparison between the old series and what the new series is going to do, at least the next series. And check this out. Video cannot be seen due to one or more copyright claims. I actually got it blocked worldwide yesterday's VOD. I mean, not the Splinter Cell Netflix show. I got my VOD from yesterday blocked for worldwide view due to content used. Splinter Cell Deathwatch, Season 1, Episode 1. I somehow have access to Season 1, Episode 1. No, it's the clip of Old Man Grandpa Santa Sam doing the most ridiculous fight that I have ever seen, and that's after seeing the Gun Fu from Resident Evil Vendetta. I thought Resident Evil Vendetta was the most ridiculous on-screen fight that I've seen. And Deathwatch actually takes the cake with it. Cause alright, sure, Sam starts off throwing a kitchen knife to a guy's temporal lobe, and then sucker punches the other. Fair enough starter for someone who's probably not with Third Echelon at the time. If it's going from this, I don't even know how it would fit within everything. He is old. This is probably on Blacklist too. But then Mr. High Speed, with his full gear and battle rattle as assault rifle, starts using it as a club in close range, right? So I think that it wasn't just watching the show, yeah? It wasn't just using the platform of the stream to watch funny cartoons together, haha. I've actually submitted a dispute because I feel that it is suitably transformative. It is actually a critical analysis of the direction of the writing and how it compares to the techno-thriller, semi-realistic thing that the Tom Clancy brand was known for. A comparison for how the Tom Clancy semi-realism of the original trilogy compares to the John Wick's influence of the creative team. So by default, The video will show up properly on the VOD's channel after 48 hours from making the dispute. Or if the claims holder drops their thing first, whichever comes first. So in 2 days, that'll be visible again. Then they have 30 days to either make a counter dispute or it automatically just drops. So I think that I explained it rather well. So we'll see. If they actually make a counter dispute, then I'm quite expectant of YouTube to err with the rights holder, even if a thing is actually within proper fair use, because it's a proper critique, it's a proper critical analysis of the material. So you're allowed to use it. But that's just a minor thing. For now, we got Curse of the Last Reaper. And would you look at that, everything is all lit up and visible now. The Sins of New Wells, the Lemurian Phoenix, the Age of Restraint, and now the Curse of the Last Reaper. And of course I'm coming into this knowing just about nothing, and that's the way I like it. It turns out that this is something of an interquel or something between... It's kind of like after the events of Golden Idol 1 and well before Golden Idol 2, right? So let's see it. The final mystery that these folks have to offer us. I'm hoping that there's going to be some kind of overarching... Well, I was going to say I hope there's some kind of overarching plot thread that unites all these DLCs with the main story. And what do we see right here? We have the Lemurian flag. We have people dressed in the robes, in the polka dots that would imply association with the Sentinels. At some point, the kings of Lemuria become suitably... What was the critique? They're too westernized. They're becoming... They're drifting away from Lemurian traditions, right? And then by the time of the Lemurian Phoenix, you have the new king who wants to reclaim the old ways, or at least put on the vestiges of the old ways. And they do a little bit of sentinel making so that they could have a guy in their pocket. And they end up executing a couple of performers who dared question the miraculous movie that they made about their first sentinel. And their kid grows up, starts a plot, becomes a new first sentinel. So this could be... They're dressed in the robes. Maybe this is before the sentinels become just hermits in the mountains. A Lemurian junk facing the black ships with their black flag. Pay heed to the curse of the Last Reaper, a horrifying tale for the ages. Mezrade Islands? What am I clicking first? This is just a cutscene, right? Yeah, that's a cutscene. Last orders, a deadly end, and a murderous beginning. Let's get the music. How's it gonna? Is it gonna be bombastic? The game kind of froze for a second. I got worried there. Alright, let's see what we got. We got this guy freaking out here. What on earth are you doing traveling with something so dangerous? If I'd have known what was in that crate, I'd have never let you keep it in your room. He's got a corkscrew. Washcloth. So, Cookie? I'm sorry, son. I'm so sorry. He's got himself a wooden nose. Room key for number 2. Pistol is empty, the barrel is still warm. So he got attacked by something that's eviscerated him. There was a struggle, broken bottles, upturned chairs. He shot it and it crawled away. This isn't his blood leading here. And then he's over there. Now, I'm thinking they aren't aboard a ship. This is an inn. So maybe he's one of the pirates that attacked the Lemurian junk. And he probably had a pet or something that ran away. If found, please return to Wesley Beckett, barkeep at the Red Herring Inn, Port Armando. The Red Herring Inn, huh? Do they have ties with the Red Nishan Gang? August 13, 1797. Room 1, Eleanor, do not disturb. Room 2, Eliza. Requested Hira Joliffe. Joliffe? Room 3, Marlowe Blind wants to change room. So the fact that this is in this room immediately leads me to believe that this is Wesley Beckett's room, but it could be room 2, and Eliza might have stolen this. I see bar stuff there. No, this isn't a room. This is the dining area. So I'm going to assume that Wesley Beckett is proprietor, and that's who this is. This guy's got the room 2 key, and assuming that he didn't steal the key off anyone, that'd be Eliza. We're starting off easy. Oh, we got 2 time periods, 1797 and 1927. So we do got connections to the modern day. I'm liking this already. Well, let's get to the next room. I am ready for a full day's detectiving. I got my glasses of water. I've got my tea. With a refill sitting on the stove right now. And I got me double the coconut. Also, will you look at that water? Look at that. They got some actual water physics going on here. I don't know about water physics, but they got like water simulation going on that's pretty cool. Whatever was in here crawled itself down to the dock and splashed. What's your assessment, Uncle? What is this meaning of the strange sketch the evil beast dropped as it fled into the waves? A bad omen, perhaps? If so, I fear the bosun's prognosis is grim. A red tincture, mandrake root, dried roots and herbs, and what's the drawing? Dear mother! I don't think they had a beast. I think that he probably kidnapped some child or something. Or some guy. And tried to keep him as some kind of pet or novelty. He did say, "I'm sorry, son." So it could have been that this guy had a Lemurian lover, or it could have been he tried to treat his charge as his kid. Boat's got nothing. This might be it for 1797 then. So let's see what the modern day has for us. Trust me, Eliza. Yours isn't worth the paper it's drawn on anyway. My research proves that mine is a genuine artifact. coffee here, rum there, sugar grown, peppa's grown, and then treasure is over there. We could follow these coordinates, actually. Let me see. $27. Where's the degree symbol? Do I have degree symbol on this? Yeah, degree symbol. 27 degrees, or 27.54 north. And then 90 degrees. Oops. .48 west. Alright, Google Maps, that gives us the New World, south of Baton Rouge, south of New Orleans. Actually, that's pretty cool, because this is supposed to be... Albion is out over there, and Wuss's place is basically a stand-in for America in Rise of the Golden Idol, right? And so if this is an in-between linkage DLC, it's got something going on here. So maybe this is about how the broken pieces of the Golden Idol, which was destroyed here during all the hubbub in, was it 18th century Albion? Ended up reconstructed in some new agey cults in America. If so, that could be cool. So you're Eliza, and our counterpart is Jasper. Sorry to burst your bubble, Jasper, but that's a fake. I've got the real one right here in my pocket. Wait, where has it gone? Eliza and Jasper. He's tapped at his foot. That's probably nothing. There's a scorpion in this bottle, and a snake in that one. Hey, Swedish guy! Woo half. Woo and a half. I only get a woo and a half, Swedish guy. What do I do to earn the second half with a second woo? The Battered Cod. Table 1, Ansel M. 1 times Mariner's Lightning, amount to pay 3 taller. So unless someone's using a fake name, you're Ansel M. Ashamed to see that goated fool Lee. I was enjoying watching him drool over his modern forgery. At least Mr. Wiles and Miss Swan are still here to amuse me with their naivete. Oh, we got a different map. If his is a fake, his map puts us at some point south of Louisiana. 42 degrees west, 30 north. They got fish, turtles over there, pig, shrimp. On Pig Island they got treasure. You could tell me, but it's not appropriate for a stream. Well, that'd be woohoo though. That'd be woohoo or try for baby. Well, hold on. If it's woo and a half, would that be whoa? Or would that be woo-oo? Do I get the W half or the oo half for the second half? Or for the first half? So let me see. 33 north, 42 west. Is that right? 33? No. 86 degrees, 42 west. 86 degrees, 42 west. 3300, 8642. If that's right, that puts us... That's not exactly a C. Alabama. 33 north, 42 west. Unless there's some geographic changes here. Smack dab in the middle of the road. Maybe this is a forgery then. Or maybe there are just some differences, be it in the geography or in how they map stuff. Creatures of the Merisade. Kitson squirrel. This species of squirrel was discovered by Kitson, who immediately noticed his penchant for conspiring with animals of other species, and his distrust of fellow squirrels. Solam puffer. Discovered in 1823, this pufferfish is known to emit toxins that raise blue patches on the skin when it is attacked. It can be identified by the double cross symbol on its back. The double cross symbol on the back. Cyanic chameleon. This lizard's ultimate weapon is its camouflage, which triggers whenever the reptile is tampered with. Tropical elephant. Only found in the Mesorati Islands, this elephant has an incredible memory and a fondness for shellfish. It is known to trample the surrounding fauna when panicking. She's got a ruby ring. Is the ruby the gem of the destroyed idol that has not yet been reconstructed by the time of 1927? So, Mr. Wiles, Miss Swan. The goaded fool left. Okay, so Ansel would have been this table. Mariner's Lightning was this drink. Port Armando Times, August 7, 1927. Leg cutters loot with lighthouse. Gangsters use a lighthouse at Port Armando to crash ships so that they could rob them. The leg cutters used the ploy to run aground 3 vessels yesterday. Flying high. The 5th annual Airplane Stunt Championships took place yesterday. Keith Chalmers, Lawrence Fryer, and Percy Greggs came 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, respectively. Last year's winner, Eliza Swan, did not take part, no reason yet been given. The ships were then plundered by the gang's sole female member, known only as Light Hands Loretta. The crime mimicked an infamous heist carried out in 1814 using the St. Osmond Lighthouse on Skull Island, which had been built just a year earlier. On this spot, more than 100 years ago, Bolson Garner was mauled to death. Look at this little creature in the portrait over here. That's gotta be some kind of Easter egg, right? There's a golden frog. There's this goofy portrait. But I feel like the detailing on this little goofy creature here means that's somebody's logo or mascot or something. Now, who was mauled here? Bolson Garner. Eliza Garner. Look at that water. Pikachu. Immediately, my eye is drawn to this. A stubbed cigarette with blue shears on it. A stubbed cigarette with blue shears. She smokes a pink Everest. E. Jolliffe's Museum of Antiquity. Jolliffe? Healer Jolliffe. Eleanor Jolliffe? You don't have the blind eyes. Dear Mother. Okay, we'll put things together later. I should just get more clues here while I can. Open chest. There's a guy in the boat over here. Cost me a pretty penny, this map. But it's gonna pay off big. Real big. So, we got 3 maps then. Yours is a fake. Real one in my pocket. So, these two should both have a map. You have a map. This one is probably an obvious forgery because 30 degrees north, 86 west puts it in the middle of Alabama. (29°6 north). Oh, look at that. We got lighthouses. Treasures on the lighthouse then. 29°6 north. 42 degrees west. So this is 4 degrees further south than the one that goes into Alabama. And that puts us in the middle. So the first map was down over here. The second map was up there. And this map is also in the sea like the first one was. But instead of being south of New Orleans, I say south of New Orleans. New Orleans is there. South of Lafayette. Well, it was more like south of Baton Rouge. South of Louisiana. Instead of south of Louisiana, this one's more south of Alabama. No, not even Alabama. South of the Florida Panhandle. That skull is island-shaped. Technically, he's a pumpkin. Nothing else on the boat? Do the horses talk? The Battered Cod, established 1892. ES. She left her map in her saddlebag. So she wasn't robbed. We got 4 maps then. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody's after this treasure. Let's see, 2830 north. This is further south then. 2830 north. 8924 west. And that's gonna put us also south of Louisiana, but more south of this eastern bit here. So, 1 map, 2 map, then 3 map, and roughly 4 map. Somebody's horse over here smokes the blue ship. There's 3 horses. There's 3 people inside the bar. Someone was down by the sewer here. Another map! Hey boss, it's Marsh. Guess what I've got a hold of? The one and only remaining map from Captain Triton's final voyage. Positive. It's a real deal. Leg cutter. He's got the leg cutter tattoo. Okay, we got... Hey, a Skull Island. Is this... Skull Island there, and then lighthouses. I think that might overlap pretty well. .30 33 north. .8642 west. Not 4,200. And that's back in the middle of Alabama, huh? Yeah, he's got the one and only. What proves each map is not the original? For the one true original, use this. I think I'm gonna need more information. Let's see. Apart from the geographic fact that seas and islands cannot be on the middle of a highway in Alabama. Dog! What are you barking at? What have you... Oh, heaven have mercy! He's got this. My noble son, I leave to you this necklace which belonged to my father Abacus, 1752 to 1815. May you hand it down to your own children one day, your loving father. Edward, I'll raise my bid to 1,200. This is my final offer. Are you Edward, having received it? Edward Jolliffe? I think then we have an Edward Jolliffe here. And so you must be Healer Jolliffe. Name Abacus. I can't click his skull necklace though. Sewer's open over here. A leg cutter, mangled and murdered. Sewer is a no-go here. Come up and enter by this sewer. The woman is not breathing. There's a confirmation, Swedish guy. She is not. She is dead then. Golden Idol games like to say, is not breathing, or is dead. 1,200 thaler inside her boot. Miss Bordley, As agreed, here is a 1200 in advance. Once you are done, meet me back at the entry-exit point in the courtyard in front of the museum. As per your instructions, once you have given me what I paid for, I will ride off into the night, never for you to hear from me again. So, raise my bid to 1200, my final offer. As agreed, here's the 1200 in advance. Maybe. So Miss Bordley was receiving instructions? I'm missing 11 words. A manhole cover key. She was mangled. This girl wasn't just killed, she was ripped apart. She was crushed. She was crushed, contorted, and broken. Captain Radigan Olita's pub crawl boat tour of the Mezzerade Islands. Highlights include the rusty anchor and the raised tankard. Mezzerade Islands, rusty anchor. And the raised tankard. Now, would that mean that these places were called such or existed as such way back in 1797? Radigan Olita. He fits the image. Battered cod. It's marsh. Okay, those guys aren't important. Leg cutters. Lighthouse at Port Armando. Light hands Loretta. Sole female gang member. Woman. She's got the tattoo. Sole female. Light hands Loretta. Loretta Bordley. Alright. We got some unknowns here still, though. She's not breathing right now? That's true. That's actually true, Swedish guy. She's not breathing right now and nevermore. Somebody stubbed his cigarette. Somebody here who smokes this. How do I interpret this map? Is this supposed to be somebody keeps a lookout here while she comes this way? At the exit entry point in the courtyard in front of the museum. I'll ride off into the night, never for you to hear from me again. Somebody with smokes here was to ride off into the night. She's got a map. Maybe she was to acquire the map. And that's her horse outside. Blood by the lampposts. This one? See, I was curious about that. And that's why I clicked this first, and it got me the poster above. There is a lot of blood. It looks like blood to me. And a blue cloth, but I can't click it. This is open. She has a crowbar and a manhole cover key. He has a blue hat, but that wouldn't necessarily mean owning a blue rag. Could I get into the museum? Doors are locked. Here we go. I have a Birdman here. A little scrungly. The specimen was discovered on a nearby beach after the tsunami of 1905 washed away one of the Mezzerati Islands. So there was an extra Mezzerati Island that was washed away in 1905. Also, strange sketch of the evil beast. I'm sorry, son. Traveling with something so dangerous. Is that him? Old Woman by unknown artist. Date 1790s, donated by A. Jolife. Abacus Jolife was holding Dearest Mother in his hands. Flintlock pistol, 1790s. Once owned by one of the pirates from Captain Triton's infamous crew who went missing along with his ship, the Last Reaper, after looting a Lemurian vessel. Is the only thing of worth there. Apart from some cool lore stuff. There are 6 more words and 1 spot. One of the Mezzerati Islands was washed away. You can't really see too much from here. So we can't tell if an item was washed away in this one. But I guess the hint for the skull map is that Lighthouse Port Armando, infamous heist carried out in 1814, St. Osmond Lighthouse on Skull Island, built a year earlier. So the lighthouse on Skull Island was built in 1813. So this is false for that reason. And let's see. There was an island that washed away. We have a turtle here. The turtle here is between Skull and this one. So that should be visible here. The shape, there should be a Skull Island over there. And that Skull Island is missing. Skull Island, that shape, and there's an island in between. So... and that's behind, and that's over there, and then you have this over there. I'm inclined to believe maybe this one could be right, because it's got the fish, Mezzerati Islands. Port Local Library. We got all the words and all the spots now. The Solam Puffer. Discovered in 1823. That doesn't mean that it didn't exist prior to 1823, though. That just means it was discovered then. See, I want to say the mistake on this one is a whole 33 North thing. Because that's going to put it too far north, doesn't it? Squirrel, chameleon, puffer, and tropical elephant. Would you count this as a double cross symbol, or is that a double plus? It's cross in the sense of like a cross you hang somebody from, but typically when someone uses cross as a symbol, they mean like the X button on the PlayStation controller, or double cross is XX. The only animal with the year in it you figure is a clue, Swedish guy? See, but that's the thing. It was discovered in that year, but that doesn't mean it didn't exist prior to it. I'm Palauan. Our folks existed long before the British crashed upon our waters. In fact, we were sailing the oceans long before the Bering Land Strait, or the Bering Land Bridge was even a thing. All those pre-existing Native American cultures, that was our guys pulling them over. Long before any European quote-unquote discovery. A whole world exists before it's properly discovered. Ansel M has left. He paid his thing and left. Goated fool leave. Goated because of his goatee. Marsh, Ansel Marsh. Enjoying watching him drool over his modern forgery. I feel like this is proof enough that it's fake. Oh, but you know what? I'm looking at this the wrong way. A thing exists long before it's discovered, but if it was discovered in 1823, then the person who made the map wouldn't have known about it. I was looking at it all wrong, so the pufferfish proves that sure, it could be a creature of the Mesirades, but it's a creature that Captain What's-His-Nuts wouldn't have known about. So, yeah, she's got a fake, and that proves it. Now, where's the one with the island that washed away? The captain ever looked in the ocean? See, but he's not gonna know every fish. I grew up on the ocean, and I didn't know every fish. So this item here is above there, so it wouldn't be on this map. At some point an island gets washed away, and I think it's this one here. I don't know, something's mentioned an island that washed away, and I can't quite suss where that would be on these maps. Oh, that's this one over here, yeah? That's the Lack of Skull Island. That's probably the one that got washed away at some point. So let's see. That's right, they built a lighthouse on Skull Island, but is Skull Island the name of the island? St. Osmond Lighthouse on Skull Island, built a year earlier. So the lighthouse one is disqualified because it has a lighthouse there that shouldn't exist yet. On a nearby beach, after tsunami of 1905 washed away one of the Maserati Islands. One of the islands was washed away. Island. And this is all zoomed in, but it doesn't matter because of the fish. Island. The cod place established. Are you giving me answers, Swedish guy? You're feeding me answers. Battered cod established 1892. So if this is a map of different pubs, we got the Rusty Anchor, the Raised Tankard, and that's the Battered Cod, and we're over here. You're just playing along? Well, I think you got me the answer anyway. You turned this into a community collaborative thing now. But I think that could have been the hint, actually. Different pubs around the place to include a Battered Cod that should not exist and cannot exist. So who's got the real map? The one with the trade goods. She's got a fake here with sea monsters. That is fake because of the lack of Skull Island. Miss Winning Aviator thinks that she's got the real one, but she doesn't. Research proves his is a genuine artifact, and he's actually got the real one. And that's the one that puts it south of Louisiana, south of Baton Rouge, not the eastern, more south of Louisiana. You got a fake because pufferfish. And Marsh here has a fake because it's got the wrong pubs. A positive real deal. That he quite possibly killed for. He probably demolished this poor woman. Right off into the night, never for you to hear from me again. I feel like he was keeping lookout here. And then she goes here. Yeah? She won't hear from him again, but sure. Over a fake, though. Sewer to sewer access, so he's definitely... And he's wet. So maybe instead of sewer to sewer access, because it didn't have a way to open it, he just splashed down, swam, and came back up. Or maybe this here being red is a clue. He washed up the blood in this little gutter or trough here. So he's still soaking. No obvious blood on him. So we have all the words. Who would you be then? The most recent checkout, Myrtle Song. Everything is correct. Why would he kill Loretta? I mean, when it comes to treasure, people do weird things. In 1797. Garner was mauled, is what I think they're going for here. A beast mauled. Eliza Garner, who in turn shot the beast. He had a pistol on him, right? Shot the beast. Afterwards, Abacus Joliffe found a portrait. Found a map outside. Found a map. Would you look at that? It's got the marks of the map on the back. This might not be the beast's mother then. The beast could have used this to scribble the map and then... Or he simply hid the map there. It means Marsh didn't kill Loretta? Let me see then, because the map would have been here. Old Woman by an unknown artist. Which means this is what was on the back of the picture. I'm just hoping that's not the item that got washed away. So, somebody smashed this. He was here the whole time, though. I'm assuming that was his... How do I interpret this? Go in, smash, and then come back out, and then go inside there, and creep, 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 and come out from here? What does the X imply on this one? Because at some point, she ends up smashed and dead. And we know he was here because his cigarette was here. And he ends up with a map in his pocket. That I assume he grabbed off her. He does have the wrong map. And ultimately, the correct map is on this guy's pocket. Jasper. Instructions from Miss Boardley. She has money. I'll raise my bid. How do I put this together? We got... This could be the same 1200, or it could be people competing with the 1200. Somebody hired someone to buy or steal. I don't see buy. I do see to pay. To pay the map from the museum. Somebody was hired to steal the map from Edward Jollife's museum. Tried to flee with the map? Trampled her with a horse, maybe. I was thinking maybe there's something supernatural here. Because of how crushed up she is. She got ran down, I think is what happened. This guy looks so unassuming, right? He looks so mild-mannered. Maybe even a little goofy or dorky. See, when I saw that there's like 11 words left to go, spots we left unseen, I was thinking, well, maybe we haven't seen the supernatural or pseudoscientific magitech thing that crushed the poor woman. She was hired to steal from the museum. She did, and when she tried to run off, she got trampled. And then he clip-clops on over to here, and the reason this trough is all covered in blood, and why the horse is soaking wet, isn't because this guy killed his co-conspirator, swam across to avoid detection, dried off, and now he's bragging about a map that's not even real. Instead, it's this mild-mannered nobody who paid her to steal. She's got the crowbar. This is her smash and grab. She tries to run off. She gets trampled, cleans the horse, parks his soaking wet horse, and then here he is bragging after the murder about having the correct map. Jasper Wiles hired Loretta Bordy to steal the map from Edward Jollife's museum. My chair is being so disagreeable today. However, Loretta Bordy tried to flee with the map. So Jasper Wiles trampled Loretta Bordley with a horse. Last Orders solved the Last Orders achievement. Loretta was supposed to exit the sewers via the manhole cover outside the front of the museum. Instead, she left from the one behind the museum in an attempt to escape with the map and the $1,200 advance. But Jasper spotted her, chased her on horseback, and trampled her to death. The horse even looks kind of skullish here in this portrait. Afterwards, he washed the blood from his horse's legs at a trough in the alley. Jasper, Eliza, allow me to introduce you to the rest of the team. You already know Miss Song, our scientific advisor. What branch of science do you specialize in? Animal physiology. Howdy-her! That's Ivan Cairns, our driver and explorer extraordinaire. I'm sure you've heard of him. And last but not least is our trusty captain. Ready to set sail, sir. Are they gonna have their own cursed Golden Idol adventure? Cursed Obra Dinn adventure? Esteemed gentlemen, on the 27th of February, a Lemurian vessel was unlawfully attacked and her cargo pillaged. This incident has enraged the Lemurians even more than such acts typically warrant. Accordingly, I hereby issue the following strict orders. All vessels entering our harbors or encountered upon the high seas by our naval forces shall be thoroughly searched for Lemurian relics. Any such articles discovered are to be seized forthwith. Any persons found in possession of said articles are to be apprehended and following proper and lawful tribunal, hanged for piracy, as befits their crime. Maybe that's why this guy was so freaked out then, because the creature he brought, well, he said a dangerous beast or whatever, right? Something so dangerous. He wasn't considering the piracy charges. This order shall remain in place for 20 years. Sincerely yours, Nicholas Maker, President of the Noble Seven Seas Company, Lanka Lemuria region. This is going to be the captain's final voyage in the past, with parallels of the present, right? Broadside betrayal, mutiny aboard the Last Reaper. Well, there we go. We're getting our Obra Dinn. Captain! Oh, that guy's all twisted around. There's no horses here to explain that. Who's trying to escape? Sorry, lad. There's only room for me and my boy. It's every man for himself now. He's got the right map. Cutlass. That'd be the beast that escaped. He's all wrapped up. But he's probably got bird arms under there. Have you lost your wits? We're on the same bloody side. Pull me aboard. Does he truly believe this, and there's simply no room in this lifeboat for 3 guys safely? You ain't going nowhere unless you go through me first. You keeping the captain safe? Quick now. We're wanted at the captain's quarters. They're prepared to lose your life just as you and your followers lost the vote. He's all rabid right now. And this poor fellow, with a bullet hole in his back, maybe blood in his guts, and his neck twisted 180 degrees. I doubt this guy's an owl. Fell? Ah! The man is bleeding out. Maybe he fell. Maybe he fell and hit his own knife. Cutlass inspection. Swift still using cutlass made of cheap, low-grade steel. Replaced soon. Lane, Nunda, and Valerio's cutlasses blunt. Sharpened soon. Shot while up in the rigging. Maybe. It does say he's bleeding out, and that does look like a hole in his back. To all hands aboard the Last Reaper. With the untimely passing of Captain Triton, the fate of the ship now lies in the hands of her crew. As per the pirate code, the new leadership shall be decided by vote. The following terms are hereby set forth. The vote shall take place. Oh, that's a bullet hole there. On the deck at high noon. Each crew member shall cast 1 vote with the exception of the powder monkey. whose rank doth not grant him such privilege, and the candidates themselves. The candidates can vote, and the powder monkey cannot vote. The tally shall follow below once all votes are counted. Alastair Sims had won by 1 vote over William Nunda. It looks like this guy was shot. Putting this up, because there's a bullet that's still lodged through there. And it looks like he's got a hole in his back. So why is his head all twisted around? This guy's a mystery. It's a mystery I'll save for later. You may outnumber us. Thinking. Now that it's a boat level, my chair keeps on sinking. We're not taking on water, we're having a mutiny. You may outnumber us, but we're twice as sailors you'll ever be. Surrender now, and I might let you keep breathing. Kukri. Oops. Cutlass. Am I supposed to keep track of which ones are blunted, which ones are cannonballs? I ain't cut out for this. I chop meat, not men. I don't want to die down here all alone. Ma, please watch over me. Ladder. Let's get the below decks. Had I known this was coming, I would have prepped some Obra Dinn music. But the thing is, I don't know which Obra Dinn song I would use for it. Take this, you filthy rat! To do, see to Garner's nose and Horn's leg. We don't have their names yet. We keep seeing names. You're no captain. You couldn't find gold in the gunner's gob. So we know the gunner has a golden tooth. We've seen him. Ahoy, man! Get your backsides here now. We've got a mutiny on our hands. Clock. I'm missing 20. Oh, you know what? The future probably has a roster. How do I get back up? There. Somebody, they managed to find where the ship ended up. Well, I guess that confirms he was stabbed by harpoon and fell beneath the sea. Peg leg. This guy got chopped in the face. Don't crash game. The game's freezing up here. Hold on. You gotta go through me first. Evidently, they did. I'm going to assume that's an axe wound. Also, I'm gonna very quickly... Dropping that down over there. Grading. There's not a foot there, but I don't think he's the peg-legged one. I want to see the skeletons first. The mass is toppled. One, two, three, four bodies. This guy took an axe. That guy's got tusks. Captain's got some pretty gnarly teeth here too. That's the kind of teeth I had coming in when I was a kid. That, you know, they would have forced out the baby teeth and would have fit normally. Maybe braces alone would have done enough. But the dentist's like, no, you're gonna get too crowded. We gotta take out some teeth to make room for it. And instead of taking out the baby teeth and just bracing it up, they took out adult teeth to fit more adult teeth. And I'm 4 teeth short because they took out top and bottom. Silver ring. Gold earring, I think. Gold earring. I don't see a ring on her. But I can't quite tell, really. I guess I could see a bit of fangs going on with him. I guess because these are in gray, we're going by rank or job instead of their actual name. He's got the book. Look here, I found a ship's log. And it contains the name of that bosun we mentioned. We saw mention of the battered cod. Dun, 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 dun. Captain is dead. Amio Quartermaster is dead. Powder Monkey was Stephen Garner. Runs powder to the cannons. Jimpo Jenkins, seaman, dead. Tom Adkins, seaman, dead. Maurice Selwyn, the cook, prepares the food. Walter Keane, scrivener, dead. Ada Baker, surgeon. I'm assuming crossed out means dead. Hey, Hordian. Oh, hey, drops. Where'd you drop your hey? Your oh hey? I hope you find it again. Very interesting, Jasper. Good work. She's still got her pink bird cigarettes, and she's also got a water pistol. The DLC dropped. It did. It dropped when I was still playing Chaos Theory, I think. Was it? Yeah, I think it was Chaos Theory I was playing. We couldn't get to it just yet, because we still had to finish Chaos Theory first. There's debris behind, but that's not important. The ship is falling apart. Let's leave. Tell the old geezer to forget whatever junk he saw that drew him down there. He's also got the ruby ring. They part of the same society. Engraved cigar case AS. Expedition contract. The spoils of this expedition shall be split among the 6 party members as follows. Antoine Spilsbury, sponsor, 35%, he's gonna die. Jasper Wiles 15, Eliza Swan 15, Ivan Kearns 15, Radigan Olita 10%, Myrtle Song 10%. And you are Antoine Spilsbury. I don't gotta put their names down apparently. I guess it's not so important for right now. What's going on down there, Ivan? And we get the whole first name, last name for these guys. Are you alright down there? Oh no, hold on. That is fresh blood. That is fresh blood, and that is... I don't know what that is. That's something singeing. Somebody blew himself apart with a cannon, is I think what happened. A cannon must have still been loaded. We've already got one death. This voyage is cursed. Is that a candle that's burning? Is that a trail of gunpowder? We're already down one person, that's amazing. There's 2 missing spots and 1 missing word. This guy's got kind of a simian shape to his skull, especially the lower tusks. You think this is the powder monkey? Sometimes it's clicking on the people themselves that give me the missing thing. Ruby ring, but she also got the same ruby ring. What's going on down there, Ivan? Do I have cleaver as a word? Swedish guy. Swedish guy. Are you telling me to click on this guy to get his cleaver? Swedish guy. I did not have cleaver as a word, no. There's no cannons down here, but there's a lot of cannonballs. There's now 1 spot missing. Blunt cutlasses. I mean, I guess we could tell that this is a more sharper one. There, bullet lodged in the mast. I had seen it, but I hadn't clicked it. You not play this, you're not looking up any walkthroughs, you're not that rude. I believe you, I believe you. Lose your lives just as you and your followers lost the vote. So Alistair Sims should be the new captain, right? But are you Alistair Sims? We got these guys attacking. So... First mate became the captain. And the second mate mutinied. So we know who this is. We'll start with that. That was Eliza Garner, the bosun. And I'm fairly certain that this was Alistair then, the first mate, Kun captain. So is he first mate now, or is he... Captain's not an option. So regardless of the winning votes, your role prior to the election was first mate. I'm going to assume the clever man with the cleaver is a cook. in the Gunner's Gob. Can I see the golden tooth from here? You got the gob with the golden tooth, so you're the gunner with the flowery bandana. Lose your life. He's got a peg leg, and he dies over there. Ugh. Cutlass inspection. So, who's the one who's got to be anal about stuff? Maintains discipline, responsible for weapons, so master at arms maybe. Ezekiel Parker, master at arms. Mr. Twisted Neck around. We're wanted in the captain's quarters. He's on the rigging, so I'm going to assume that he is the rigger. Is he the only rigger that they have? There's only one rigger. Works ropes and sails. They have one guy alone to do the rigging. They're down 2 seamen. Who else do we have? We could try to suss folks out based on the state of their weapons, too. You got a pistol. You got a cutlass, as well as a pistol. And her pistol, her cutlass I mean, it doesn't visibly look as dull. It looks closer to this one, to the Master at Arms, than this dingier thing, less of a clear layer on the edge. This one's sharp too. We have a dull one, a sharp one, a dull one. We have 3 dull swords. Lane, Nunda, and Valerio's. Where's my notepad? This calls for... I think this calls for the return of the notepad. Or I could just keep a text document for notes. Where is a clear text document I'm not really using? That's for utilities. What else have we got? I don't have... Let me just make sure I'm not actually using a... Okay, there's no secret text window capture that's gonna throw up all sorts of passkeys or whatever. I should really organize my desktop stuff a lot more. But let me delete these too. Extractor. You know what? I'll just pick a new one. Yet one more new text document. We'll make you notes. Okay, so what have we got here? Lane, Nunda, Valerio. Blunt is Lane, Nunda, and Valerio. Cheap is Swift. And I don't know who has cheap. What makes a distinction with that one? Lane, Peter Lane, is Navigator. Nunda, William, Second Nate. Valerio, Raphael, Gunner. And cheap is Swift. Maria, Sail Maker. William, Peter, Eliza, Ezekiel, Sebastian, Horatio, Maria, Maurice, Moody, Stefan. There's only one girl it looks like. So this is very likely Sailmaker Swift, who has not a blunt cutlass, but a cheap one. Am I assuming? I am. I'm trying to see if there's any visual distinction between the cheaper material make, and I can't quite tell. I could tell when it's blunt. I'll have to take the Master at Arms' word for it. And that is a good question, Swedish guy. Like, especially if you look at, in some of the portraits, I think this guy's just been chewing rocks. This guy's got a bit sharper teeth. Blunt teeth. I would say blunt, more like rounded teeth. This guy's got some fangs. And if you look at their skeletons, this guy's got straight up tusks. This guy's got some big canines coming down. This guy's definitely looking more simian over here. Peg-leg guy looking simian. And he's all frothy mouthed. So, who knows? Maybe that's more of the mystery that's going to come up. Maybe that's part of the curse of whatever it is they stole. You need to sleep. Sorry, Swedish guy. Turns out there's no sleep today. Sailmaker. Getting through me first. Is there a special job-related reason why he's saying that? Bolson, who maintains discipline, has escaped. Helmsman, who steers ship. Gunner, who manages cannonballs. Carpenter repairs hull and other woodworking. Sailmaker, we've seen. Moody Pollock is a rigger. Cook, making an assumption that the guy with the cleaver who isn't a fighter. Eliza Garner is a bosun. Stefan Garner is a powder monkey. I'm sorry, son. And he was described as a beast when he escaped. I think these guys are transforming then. That is his son. His son is a powder monkey. I think people on the boat are transforming. And that's why their teeth are so gnarly. And that's why in the previous chapter, the skeleton that washed ashore when an island got destroyed in a tsunami had, like, scythe arms or birdwing arms. Gunner's gob. Garner's nose, Horn's leg. So, Horn, hold on. If you're keeping tabs on people, maybe it's not the surgeon, that was Ada. The nose and the leg are wooden. He's Horatio Lyon, the carpet maker. But the carpet maker? The carpenter! And Horatio has the leg. Horatio... No, hold on. Hold on. Horn's leg. Horn is the one with the peg leg. The helmsman. So, this is the helmsman then. We're missing two now, so we could brute force it. Who do we not have? Second mate and navigator, right? Not going anywhere unless you go through me first. Have you lost your wits for the same bloody sight? He's also got the dull one. He's got a dull cutlass. These both have dull cutlasses. And dull cutlasses are... We got Ghislaine, Nunda, and Valerio. Navigator. Second mate. And the gunner. And we have the gunner. So which? We could swap them around, and because of the last two, it'll say, no, that's wrong, yes, that's right. I'm going to make the assumption that the second mate is advanced to first mate, now that the first mate's become captain. Overseer of crew's work. Or the course plotter. William Nunda lost. Alistair Sims won. We're on the same side. I don't know how these guys voted. Every man for himself now. One, two, three. And we know that the people who were nominated cannot vote. I don't know if we're wanted at the captain's quarters is pro or against. Maybe it's 1, 2, 3, 4 for mutineers, and everyone else is either defending or fleeing. So, if this is the second mate, would he be fighting alongside the mutineers? I'm gonna say that's the second mate. The second mate is being true to his role. And that leaves the navigator. Yeah, everything correct. We got it. And now let's see who was killed by who then. Guy with the cleaver in his head was killed by the cook. That is a gunner? Would you look at that? The gunner was coming down. You outnumber us, but are twice the sailors you'll ever be. So he's also mutinying then. So maybe this guy's loyal. 1, 2, 3, 4 then. So he was going after the cook, who's like, I ain't cut out for this. I chop meat, not men. I don't want to die. Please watch over me, Ma. But then cleaver through the skull. So the chef, the cook, actually got 1 kill in. Cook killed the gunner with the cleaver. If we assume that we're looking at the killing blow there, and he wasn't, say, shot through the meat, but we don't see it, like a stomach shot or a kidney shot that didn't penetrate any bone, and he simply chopped him into the skull after he was dead. That's what her face is also transforming. Oh, you're right. I got the victim and the killer swapped around. I did notice that she's got some markings on her face, but I wasn't quite sure what to make of it yet. This guy doesn't exactly have any glowy markings on him, but he's all bearded up. It could be that at this point, the fangs, the ears are enough for the transformation. This could be hair coming up behind the ear, or that could be the ear itself becoming more of a leaf. This guy's frothy, so I just assume rabid, and then he becomes a whole lot more primate by the time he dies. This guy's got all gnarly teeth. This guy's got more blunt teeth. We don't really see the same glow on the others, though. I thought his arm was more like a flipper at first, but I think he's just smacking. He's got the plus on his back. He's got... Holy shit! He's got the double cross on his back. He's got the double cross on his back, and then he ends up beneath the waves, fed on by fish. And then in the 1800s, you have Soul Lamb Puffer that are discovered. Raise blue patches on the skin, when attacked. Double cross symbol on its back. I don't think he's a pufferfish himself because he's dead. His skeleton's down there at the bottom of the sea. But there's apparently something in their bodies now. Maybe it's something they've eaten. Okay, so... You think they're turning it to merfolk? I feel like there's a two-way thing going here, because these guys are apparently transforming into something. But then the wildlife that eats their bodies also take on some of their markings, like the pufferfish then get the double cross on their back. This guy's got a dagger in his eye. And Mr. Gold Earring. Who's got that particular dagger? Killed by the girl you're fighting with. Maybe this starts off as a mutiny and turns into a melee. Or maybe their transformation is making them more aggressive, and at first, the mutiny is the excuse, but then it becomes an all-out brawl. Because that's her dagger in his eye, unless somebody else has a dagger like that. He's also got a dagger, but I think he's dead. Unless he's turning into an owl. Wanted in the captain's quarters. No, this guy's loyal. And Mr. Gnarly Teeth is found down here too. So that's the rigger who stabs him in the eye. From Harpoon. Rigger stabbed in the eye with a dagger. That's an axe in this guy's head, that's pretty clear. I feel like this guy with his skull split open is also an axe. I don't think that's just a cleaver. So, if he was axed, this guy over here got axed. And that tells us that he was killed by the helmsman. Helmsman is on a murder spree. Split his head in twain, the second mate. Is also an axe. You gotta go through me? Well, alright. And then he dies over here. With a second dagger. That's another dagger. I don't think this guy is carrying daggers all around him. He has a dagger. One dagger, two dagger, three dagger. Another dagger here. This guy has died alone here. He's got a kukri in his hand. Kukri could also be a good chopping weapon. But he's down here. He's come down here first. This guy's got a cheap sword that broke off. So, whoever killed this guy And this I'm going to assume is a rigger whose teeth is already turning into daggers. Our cheap swords. Maria the Sailmaker has a cheap sword. That could have been what cut why it snapped in half. Which, I mean, this is Maria here? Sailmaker Maria, killed by the helmsman with an axe. When she had killed the rigger with her... Where did I put this under? With her cheaply made cutlass that snapped in two. Snapped off inside of him, but then she took an axe to the face. So I think what happened here is that there's probably one killer to one victim. So it's probably not axe, axe, axe 3 times. It's probably kukri, axe. So maybe it was a gunner that chopped this guy's face with a kukri. And then he goes down and gets killed by the cook. Wherever he is. And then with the second mate gone, they come downstairs, and that's when first mate is victimized by the pistol of the second mate, who is in turn stabbed by the rigger, who is in turn stabbed by the cheap cutlass of the sailmaker, who is in turn chopped in the head by the helmsman. If he was down here, and he chopped her head, she probably stabbed him with her dagger, and then he wanders up, and then collapses here during his transformation into a monkey. That makes sense to me. So let's say he was stabbed by... But then she kills 2 people. That does break the rule. So maybe they are allowed to kill more than one. I made the assumption when I said maybe it's only 1 kill per person. But it makes sense if he's out here now. And if he was down there. For this to be the helmsman who was stabbed by the dagger of the sailmaker. Now this is... I'm not quite sure about the Master at Arms. He's a weird one. The hips are flared that way, so this is a guy whose neck is the wrong way around. Is this guy big boned? Is this my... He's got a missing arm down here. Quick now wanted in the captain's quarters. You think it was the rigger then, Swedish guy? That the rigger had shot the master at arms, and then he comes down here? But then again, the gunshots could have come from one of these two. I don't think the second mate is protecting the captain. I think he's protecting his co-conspirators who are fighting for his benefit. Look at these angles here, right? I think that her bullet is the one that goes into his skull too. One goes left, one goes right. So we have a left bullet and a right bullet. So I think that's a sailmaker that killed the captain. Sailmaker has 2 kills then. I put helmsman for this one? No, that should be sailmaker. Because it's her cheap sword that broke. Sailmaker's got 3 kills. Her bullet kills the captain. Rigger comes down, stabs this guy in the eye. She stabs him, and her cheap sword snaps. Then the helmsman puts his axe into her. They're flintlocks, you get 1 shot. That is true. If one of the guys down below had killed him here, it'd have to be shoot him in the back, and then at some point when coming down here, reload. Powder, ball. So it does look that the rigger did indeed shoot this guy. Master at Arms. Shot. But look at the way his neck contorted. He's also got a bird beak in the future and giant eyes. I think he was transforming into an... He's got kind of a... His nose is beak-shaped here, kinda. And you could forgive that for being the art style. Maybe he's just got a big nose. Then you go to 1927, and his beaked nose is an actual beaked nose with the elongated nostril on top, not just cartilage for his nose to stretch out like that. So he's actually an owl. The mystery of his twisted neck is that he fucking got shot in the back as he's netting this in, and he's like, who dare? He turned his neck to face his attacker. That's actually what happened with this guy. That's a mystery. He's actually bird transforming. So, I think I see what's happened then. People who are outside, on the top deck, that had their face cut in twain, was the axe of the helmsman. I'm going to stick with that. This guy lost his arm. And his arm's down below. This guy's got his kukri out. So his kukri chopped off this arm here. I think they had a struggle. He's coming down looking for blood. He's got his dagger, he's got his cutlass. This guy's only got his cleaver. In his left arm. Left arm cleaver. Right arm missing. They have a scuffle. Arm gets kukried off. cleaver goes into the guy's skull. I don't know if that kills him, but the blood loss, he's likely exsanguinated by then. So Cook didn't just do in the gunner also did in the cook. And now the kukri comes to play. And now we just have to put the events together. In 1797, the last Reaper's first mate was elected by the ship's new captain. Voted in. Oh man. I gotta confirm who voted in. The second mate lost. That night, the second mate and his supporters attacked the first mate's faction, resulting in numerous deaths on both sides. As the fighting raged, the bosun and the powder monkey escaped with the boat. They escaped with the sea. Escape with the map! The map is the golden idol of this thing. So let's see, who was out to kill the captain? I think the gunner, Mr. You outnumber us now. The sailmaker was definitely involved. The carpenter. And the rigger, since the rigger did the surprise attack out here. But then again, the rigger attacked the carpenter. So I don't know, let me hold off on that for now. Quick now, we're wanted in the captain's quarters. I feel like the helmsman, your followers lost the vote. He was shot here, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he was putting this up. He could have been here. It's just that he was between these two. So, if these two are supportive, and I have to assume so, because he's trying to fight through the second mate to get down there, and the both of these, you've killed the sailmaker, you've killed the carpenter that were attacking the captain, so these two are loyal. So the Master-at-Arms got attacked by these two. He was one of the counter votes. And so everybody else voted for the first mate. The bosun, the rigger, the helmsman, the cook, and the navigator. I'm on your side. We're on the same side, but it's every man for themselves. You gotta go to sleep, Swedish guy. You have a good sleep. Thank you for hanging and joining in on the mystery. You put in some good insights. And I do still love how these games start off as complete unknowns with all these blanks. Even who the heck supported who. And then as you narrow in the mysteries, it becomes more and more apparent. Somebody went below deck, I've forgotten all their names already. Excuse me. Toppled a candle? There's a shiny gem. Maybe the shining gem reflected... Oh, the shining gem reflected light. Focused light onto the powder, and that blew some... So, I don't see a cannon here. So I think it's just the powder blew a guy up. It splashed him, scattered him. There's net that got dragged down. The net was tied up here. Maybe tied to him. And so it pulled the net down and got dragged to the sea. Spotted a gem through the grating. So someone went below deck because they saw that. Climbed down the ladder, sadly kaboomed, and scatter they went. Toppled a ladder, perhaps? Being shot into the sea. This is a lot of blank, blank, blank for this one. Pulled a net. If they toppled the ladder... No. No. If they drop the net, then the ladder comes down with it. If the ladder comes down with it, it knocks something over. There's also fresh blood on the cannonball. I think he fell off the ladder and then hit his head. This is like a circular thing here. The net pulled the ladder down, that much I know because it's got that. It's attached to the ladder. But the net's also down here. Did they pull the net out of the water first? You know, right down there. What's going on down there, Ivan? The ship's falling apart, let's leave. Tell the old geezer to forget whatever junk he saw that drew him down there. It's the old guy that went down and died. And because I forget who's who, the best thing to do is to come back out here. Which one was it? Jasper, Eliza, the rest of the team. Miss Song, scientific advisor. Tally Ho. Ivan Kearns. He's got the hat. the captain. The captain who was here. And what's your name, Captain? Radigan Olita. So Radigan Olita went down and died. So, the mystery is entirely enclosed within here then. So he fell? Maybe he was pulled into the sea. I don't think maybe he didn't go boom. There's this here that looks like powder. Candle isn't an option. He fell and hit a cannonball. Before being pulled into the sea. Topple the ladder was here. The net fell. The net pulled the ladder down. So that went down first. And when whatever was here pulled the net down, the ladder was pulled down. And when the ladder was pulled down, he fell, hit his head here, and was pulled into the sea. So what happened? What is the mystery here? I don't think they shot a cannon. It's interesting to think that the gem must have reflected light to here and blew something up. There's cannonballs here. There's barrels. But that hole could have been in the modern day. Or the hole could have been from way back when. Before the modern day, I mean. So what precisely happened here? Are you alright down there? The ship is falling apart. Forget whatever we saw that drew him down there. Well, they lost that 10%, so everyone else's pool just got a bit better. There's nothing untoward happening over this way. So, what was it? I don't think it shot a cannonball. That's not right. The net went into the sea. The ladder got toppled. He fell, hit the cannonball before being pulled into the sea. Somebody pulled the net. Somebody from outside. Maybe it is Merman. They pulled the net. The ladder toppled. He fell, hit his head. See, I assumed pulled into the sea was by the net. That it somehow got caught on him. This was a... Oh my goodness, they laid a trap out. This was a trap that was left out for would-be explorers. They're being hunted. Oh, they're being hunted. By the beast people. You have solved the scenario. Several hours after losing the vote, William Nunda's supporters launched a coordinated attack on Alastair Sims's faction. On deck, Nunda and the Master-at-Arms ambushed the helmsman, thinking they had him outnumbered. However, they didn't realize the rigger was above them, making it a fair fight, which they lost. Eventually, everyone killed one another, apart from the bosun and his son, who escaped with the map. More than a century later, the expedition team found the shipwreck. Radigan Olita was lured into a trap and dragged into the sea. I'm going to take a BRB here. What do you think? Should I turn the diffusal music back on? Let's turn the BRB diffusal music back on. We'll see if it becomes the go-to music for BRB, but for now, it's been almost 2.5 hours. I'll be back momentarily. Alright, mates. You ready to do, The song is too good, isn't it? It's a shame I can't hear it on OBS. I just get... I just see the bars that let me know the song is still going on. But I can't actually hear it if it's playing on a video instead of coming through the desktop audio. Tragic. Tragic that I don't get to participate. Okay, that looks like it's done. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na, boom. So, scenario solved. Let's follow this cursed voyage to its end. My dearest Walter Keane, it is with deepest gratitude that I put pen to paper, for it was by your noble hand that I was delivered from certain doom during the reign of the Order Party. Oh. The time has come to repay my debt in kind, as is the custom in Lemuria. A life for a life. I understand that your fortunate events have rendered you a shadow of the man you once were. Bowed and wearied by the weight of cruel fate, yet take heart, for there exists a remedy. On the 27th day of February, a Lemurian sentinel vessel shall depart from azure heaven and make its course to the volcanic isle of Cravenrock. Aboard shall be borne a number of sacred relics destined for the annual ritual of restraint. Among these artifacts is one of singular power, known as the Wish Bloom. You shall know it by its unmistakable fragrance, both sweet and strong. Should you come into possession of this gift, you will become a new man. Upon my solemn oath, as a son of Lemuria, I affirm that all I have written is true. Unwavering loyalty, Ergen II. So, the boat that was attacked in the Caribbean was a Lemurian vessel that was transporting Wish Bloom. Fragrant, sweet and strong. The Wish Bloom is the source of this curse then. I would go back to other DLC to let's do that actually. Let's see who the Patuus were. My fan just went off. And with it the noise level. Do we have Patuus here? Where would Patuus have been? Where's the first thing? Here it is. No. There it is. Patuus. Do we have Patuus here? No Patuus. Was it further into the past? Where would it have been under? I don't think the Patuus were there. Oop. And I spilled my tea all over myself. I forgot how much weight it has when I refill it. Either way, I'm pretty sure Patuus is a name we've seen before. Let's just go back to the late 18th century. Sickness and health, the law of the jungle takes its toll. We got some green faces here. Does that guy have puppy ears? Man, I got my tea all over myself somehow. I thought I just spilled it onto my belly. And I got it on my sleeve, on the rest of my shirt. Ugh. I spilled it on my desk in belly, and that's how it got onto my sleeve. Hold on, let me... One of these days, I'll figure out how to drink without making a mess everywhere. So, my punishment is the only reason I'm alive. He's got a dagger, a pocket watch of his own. 1797. I swear I didn't know. You won't shoot a sick woman, would you? She's got a dagger, she's got some pox all over her face. The man is not breathing. He's got the wide eyes. And a wide mustache. Beautiful sword over here. These factors show that the pirates' crew's death were caused by this. These factors show that Antoine Spilsbury's death was caused by this. Antoine Spilsbury... Well, he's got a red, rashy face, but not the pox. He possibly ate a bad mushroom, and somebody's been crucified all the way over there. Let's focus on the past first. No, those aren't dog ears, he's just holding his head. The man's not breathing. .479, or is that a 6 something something? He's tried to say no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. Doctor, we got a sewing kit, syringes. Barefoot, he's got an axe. Shoes are here. March 7. It is a sorrowful thing what befell Walter Keane. I liked him. He never hit me, not even once. March 8. Drowsiness doth overtake me, and the witch proclaims herself stricken with illness. So, no boots, I'm assuming is you then. Also, was starting to get clogged up. Oh mighty Dagon, I saw the dreadful spitflies again. Avert marks of the deadly disease from my body. Take others. The witch claims she has preventative cure for the fever in her kit. If this is true, give poor Tom a sign. So somebody had tried resorting to witchcraft, and I think It was him. He's got the same symbols. You're the Dagon worshipper. That much I could be clear about. The map, the pipe, watch duty. Midnight to 1 a.m., Jacques Triton. 1 to 2, Cyril Amiot. 2 to 4, Tom Atkin. 1 hour, 1 hour, 2 hour. 4 to 8, Stephen Garner. Ada Baker, exempt due to illness. Captain's Journal. March 6, continuing our journey to destination. March 7, we did what was supposed to be done. Bastard got what he wanted, and what he deserved. What a jest. March 8, heading back. Ada reports slight fever. March 9, Ada has red marks. Twerp slept on duty, couldn't keep his eyes open for 4 measly hours. Heh. Penalty of death by withholding something. I am truly a genius. So Stephen Garner. Sorrowful thing what befell Walter Keane, so Walter's already gone. He's got a nice pocket watch. This guy has also got a lovely mustache. I feel like I need more. Well, there's tense of the present too, so I should look at the present tense. Come quickly, Myrtle. Maybe we could still save him. Let's see. First aid. Suffocation, no breathing. Hallucinogenics overdose was not it. But mushrooms have different effects. It's not always hallucinogenic mushrooms. If it's doing organ damage, then that could lead him to suffocation. Damage intestines. Presence of nerve agent or head trauma. Dilated pupils. Mixed up or heightened sensory inputs. Blue skin tone. Low body temperature or oxygen deficit in the blood. Red skin tone. High body temperature or oxygen oversaturation in the blood. So the guys in the past likely have they're likely oxygen deficient, and this guy's likely got oxygen oversaturation. Low oxygen in blood, caused by blocked airways, lung malfunction, heart malfunction, etc. Abnormal body temperature, typically caused by external environment. Some chemicals, maybe mushrooms, can also induce it. Blood agent. Paraxin, a pink paste, is industrial processing. If ingested, blocks the organ's abilities to retrieve oxygen from blood, causing suffocation, fatal. Could be. Adrenochrome, brown liquid, heart stimulant, stops the heart, fatal if overdosed. Morticium, dark blue liquid, antiparasitic, if overdosed, causes extreme airway inflammation leading to blockage, fatal. That could turn them blue then. Frig X, white pills, sleep drug, cools body, damages liver, fatal. Nerve agents. Chlorotil, purple liquid, hallucinogen, if overdosed, overheats the body, damages digestive system, fail, but he doesn't have damaged intestines. He's got suffocation. Vaunt 42, white powder pesticide, overheats the body, causes brain death, fatal. Promodial salt, white liquid, anesthetic. Paralyzes the lungs, fatal. Nirazinth, yellow powder, hallucinogen. Extreme nausea, non-fatal. What's up, Mason? A referral code for what? On what? What website are you using? What? That's the name of the website? I don't have an account with that. No. Can we talk about this after school? Close it. Close it. Nice. Thank you. Oh. And bugs. Tropical Maleditaria, spread by swamp mosquitoes. Vomiting, high temperature, fever. I don't see vomiting here. Scarlet fever. Tropical spitfly. Red pock marks, high temperature, so the fever, and yellowing eyes. Yellowing eyes. She's got reddened eyes, but maybe it hasn't led to that point yet. Overheated body and suffocation. Cool body. They got the wide eyes. Hallucinogen overdose? Low body temperature or oxygen deficit. Hallucinogen overdose. Suffocation. Nerve agent or head trauma. Dilated pupils. Mixed up sensory input. That was nerve agent's presence, right? Nerve agent or head trauma. Got the blue cigarettes here, got the map. And the medical tent. If he has the map. Yellow powder. If the map is here, it's probably his... But it wouldn't be his place because he's got his special cigars. They could probably share a tent. They both got the red ring. Man is not breathing. Spirit Journey with Don Hernan. Look at these. They look exactly alike in the grayscale and the black and white. Yellow Amanita. Low levels of Nirazinth. Calming effect is suitable for loving kindness meditation. Not to be confused with Wizard's Hat. Murky Cone Cup. Medium levels of Nirazinth. Gently discover your connection with loving cosmos. Wizard's Hat. High levels of Nirazinth. Beware you can meet your shadows. For experienced practitioners only. Well, they've upped their percentages. 45, 15, 15, 15. Myrtle is still 10. He's upped his own percentage. The 10% went straight to him. Nobody else got an adjustment. cigars, cigarettes, some booze, Black Raven whiskey. We got some dyes here. Is this the transformation from human into beast? You see that? We were right in the previous episode. The plant sends something into the air, into the roots. So, is it a soil contamination because of the roots? Is it an aerial thing because of the pollen? Is it the leafy material too? Okay, this is his tent. He's got the cigars here. So we know whose tent's whose then. We got some medical stuff here. We got some medical stuff here. And she's brought a medical bag out. Do they all have medical stuff? They all have medical stuff. That's not good enough then. I'm pretty sure. First, women's makeup, and I'm pretty sure she smokes the pink seagull. Well, no, that's for her then. She was a pilot. Mustache kit. Yes, it seems someone is living here, but don't you see, Eliza? They are not attacking us. They're trying to scare us away. That means they are themselves afraid, so we needn't be. We should push on. Still, Jasper, Mr. Monocle is afraid, and if he wants to return home, he can't refuse. Because he owns the ship. Surely he could see that as well as anybody else, and yet he's died. Go home! Oh, it's one of the leg breaks, whatever they're called, leg cut. Okay, so... let's see. Cigars are for Mr. Monocle. Mustache kit is for the only guy with the mustache. Miss Aviator. Naturally. And then we got these two. Hold on, let's go to the past first. You have no shoes. You are the shoes tent. I'm assuming nobody else has a lack of shoes. Gold ring. That's also the only one with two people there. Who normally smokes the blue cigarettes? Let's go back to the previous one. Oh, we know who hold on. We know who smokes blue cigarettes, because he's the one who trampled his co-conspirator with the horse. Blue cigarettes is this guy. First Aid 101. This is very special stuff. He's got his monogram. There's his map. He's the one who had the map and had the blue cigarettes. He's got yellow powder on him. And would you look at that? The first aid kit isn't here. That's the hint that she's brought her first aid kit out. She's making note of the transformations. Mustache kit, and he's also got some encryption stuff going on, I think, and some communication. So let's see. Let's puzzle this out. So he's got hallucinogen overdose. No, he's got suffocation at an overheated body. High body temperature or oxygen oversaturation. Chemicals or external environments. Extreme airway inflammation to blockage, fatal. I think it's some mushroom stuff. Neurozinth yellow powder, hallucinogen. Extreme nausea but non-fatal. He's got suffocation, not hallucinogen. Overheats body, brain death, fatal. Overheats body, digestive system, but he doesn't have the pink tongue, he's got the blue tongue. White liquid paralyzes the lungs. Hallucinogen overheats the body. But he's got suffocation, so not nerve agent. His eyes aren't... doesn't have the crazy eyes. Vomiting, high temperature and fever. Red pockmarks, that's what's her name. Suffocation, but blocks organs' ability to receive from blood. Extreme airway inflammation leading to blockage. I'm not quite sure. These guys have nerve agents presence. Cool the body and nerve agents and sensory. Heightened sensory input, hence say no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. They're trying to block off their sensory overstimulation. Nerve agent. Pesticides are often nerve agents. Blocks the organ's ability to retrieve oxygen from blood, causing suffocation in industrial processing. It could be antiparasitic, extreme airway inflammation leading to blockage. Cools body, damages liver. Cole's body would be blue. I think it's an anti-parasitic drug. They must have taken the Mordicum. As a response to the pox that had appeared on the other lady from the Scarlet Fever, from the Spitfly. Suffocation and overheated body. Blocked airways, lung malfunction, heart malfunction. Overheats body, causes brain death, fatal, the white powder pesticide. Overheats body, damages the digestive system, paralyzes lungs, fatal. Well, these are nerve agents, so it would have to be one of these, and Morticium isn't among there. There's blood agents, there's nerve agents. overheats body, paralyzes lungs. So they didn't take morticium. They were exposed to promodal salt, an anesthetic. They got the big eyes and the sensory overload from a nerve agent, but their cool body suggests the lung malfunction. He's got the yellowing eyes, so maybe he was exposed to vomiting, high temperature, and fever. I don't know about vomiting. Red pock marks, high temperature, yellowing eyes. Blocks organs' ability to receive oxygen from blood, causing suffocation. Do you think that would raise his body temperature? A dark blue liquid could also turn his tongue blue. Extreme airway inflammation leading to blockage. What if his tongue looks like this because it's actually red, but the blue liquid had made it look blue? And I'm actually looking at this. He doesn't have a splotchy tongue that's blue with spots. I think that's blue liquid on his tongue. Maybe he's got damaged intestines and it merely looks blue because of what he drank. Dark blue liquid. He's also in possession of these mushroom guides. Neurozinth. Extreme nausea, non-fatal. The man is not breathing. We have all the words already. There's Black Raven whiskey, which is a brown liquid. Could he have been poisoned? His room is here, but he's got some small white pills. White powder. Overheats body and causes brain death. That's a pesticide. White pill, sleep drug. Cools body, damages the liver. That wouldn't make him all pink, though. High body temperature or oxygen oversaturation. If his blood isn't sending oxygen to his organs, then the oxygen's likely oversaturated too. Airway inflammation to blockage. Blocks the organ's ability to retrieve oxygen from blood, causing suffocation. So maybe this is a suffocation tongue. And if the organs cannot receive oxygen from the blood, then all that oxygen is still in his blood, leading to the pink skin and higher temperature. I think it's Phyraxin then. It seems to fit better than the others. 2 or fewer incorrect. I think this is right. Cool body, nerve age presence to promodil salt. Too much oxygen in blood. Suffocation, Phyraxin. I think overheat, no. Lack of okay. Lack of oxygen in blood and cool body. Too much oxygen, overheated body. Tomato, tomato. Lack of oxygen in blood and the nerve age's presence, go to primordial salt. Too much oxygen, suffocation, Phyraxin. Semantics. One, two, three. I got on the wrong one. She's over here with the bird. So that's everyone in the present. Your medical kit, you were doing sketches and keeping tabs on things. That's your sigil, your cigars. You're the airplane gal. You smoked that. You got the mustache care kit. You got the map. Phyraxin. Blood agent Phyraxin, a pink paste. Who has access to a pink paste? Use it in industrial processing. There's these flowers, but that's more red. Pink paste, industrial processing, the mustache stuff? Was he poisoned with mustache stuff? There's also the possibility that some makeup is being used as poison. And now we got these guys' stuff to sort through too. The punishment is the only reason I'm alive. I didn't know you wouldn't shoot a sick woman. Drowsiness overtake me, the witch proclaims herself stricken with illness. So 2 people slept here. She's got shoes on. Dagon stuff, we have your tattoo. That's how we know that you're here. Dagon Worshipper. I'd assume the lack of boots guy goes where the boots still are. Pipe. Watch duty, Ada Baker exempt. Ada reports light fever. I'm going to assume if this guy's got a cutlass, or whatever the sword this is, with his really fancy pommel, and he's got nicer boots, and he's got the big mustache, maybe Mr. Fancy Dress is captain. This guy has a pocket watch. Sewing kit, some brushes. Do you think this is womanly work stuff here? I'd imagine they had the woman sleeping on her own. And then the two guys share a tent. So first, Ada has a light fever. Ada Baker contracted scarlet fever. To prevent her from getting ill. Yeah, see, she'd swear she didn't know. These three got their medicine to prevent scarlet fever. This guy didn't get any. The punishment is the only reason alive. To punish him for oversleeping. Penalty of death by withholding something. By withholding his medicine. Jax Triton, Cyril Amiot, and Tom Adkin consumed whichever medicine it was she provided. The remaining crew member, Stephen Garner, who overslept, or slept through his shift. Hey, Chillin' Chum. You learned today there's an anime version of Just Cause being worked on. Well, we saw yesterday that there's an anime Netflix version, well, not really anime, there's a cartoon Netflix version of Splinter Cell being worked on that's going to release this month or next month. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Netflix cartoons of dead series, anime cartoons of dead series. I've also learned today that not only has Avalanche Studios been dropped or had their game cancelled by Microsoft, that they were working like 8 years, didn't go anywhere, so you can't really be too upset because if Microsoft is funding a thing and they got nothing to show for it for 8 years, any project is going to get the drop. But apparently, Avalanche is also severely downsizing. So they're contracting hard after their current financial losses. And you started the process for applying for disability. Well done, Chillin' Chum. Hopefully, you get what you need. The Splinter Cell being in development hell, I think, is just dead. I think I read something that it was actually confirmed cancelled. Splinter Cell movie confirmed cancelled. 10 months ago. Ubisoft Splinter Cell movie cancelled after producer admits they just couldn't get it right. So the movie couldn't get it right, they had to drop it. Netflix has the creative minds behind John Wick's, who clearly do not care that they're not getting the source material right because they're just doing the really goofy thing we looked at yesterday, where special forces dressed guys will bring assault rifles into a melee fight, and instead of headbutting Sam to get some distance, tuck in, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, it's headbutt Sam to get some distance, and then grabbing the barrel to use his own rifle as a club. Completely goofy stuff. Like, clearly it's more based on Hollywood cinematics for you're just throwing popcorn at your face and watching Keanu Reeves do some silly gunplay, except using the gun as a club. So clearly, trying to get it right isn't the most important thing for a film adaptation. I showed it off earlier when I started stream Chillin' Chum, but check this out. That aforementioned cartoon, right? I showed a little bit of it at the end of stream last night when I finished, just to see, like, what's the future of Splinter Cell? What are they doing now instead of making the dream games I wish they did? And that little preview, like their whole, just a preview, right? The preview that they showed on YouTube, it got me blocked. Been blocked worldwide. Nobody could see my Chaos Theory finale because of the clip they posted that I showed for comparison and then made some little critiques on. I put a dispute because I wasn't just showing the cartoon, right? I was showing the clip that they put up, for starters, and then pausing, rewinding, showing like, okay, making some analytical critique. And so I put a dispute under the belief that this is a suitably transformative work if I'm making a critical analysis of the creative direction and how it compares to the earlier Tom Clancy techno-thriller pseudo-realistic versus the John Wick's just spectacle, gunfight, whatever, yada yada yada. So that's very clearly fair use. That's very clearly, here is a thing, let's analyze and critique the thing. So hopefully the dispute goes my way. Oh, Michael Ironside is not voicing Sam. Ninja Santa Claus Sam is some other guy. I'm not too upset with that because Michael Ironside is getting old. I forget if he's beaten cancer, but he recently had to struggle with it. So, I can fully understand that he cannot play the voice that he loves voicing forever. So, if the voice of Sam from here on out has to be an actor that can do the voice pretty well, I'm okay with that. That's life. That's a whole lot better than doing the ghoulish thing of just having an AI voice Sam, like apparently some mod for Blacklist tried to do. But Ironside and others put a stop on that because that's just ghoulish. Pay a person at least. If they have an actor that sounds close enough, pay the actor to put the talent in there. The remaining crew member, Stefan Garner. So my criticism isn't, oh no, they're not using Michael Ironside. I understand that. And it's definitely not, oh, pattern recognition. They're gonna put Sam in for like 2 seconds and then replace her with a black woman. It's all woke. I could smell the blue hair dye from the direct. I mean, that's actual YouTube comments. That's actual YouTube comments that I was looking at. And was like, report hate, report hate, report hate. Chodes. Absolute chodes. My criticism is that Splinter Cell, for 3.5 good games, has its roots in a kind of semi-realistic techno-thriller theme. You know, Sam can kick ass. He's got all sorts of knowledge in how to use weapons and in various forms of unarmed combat. But he's not John Wick's. And so when... like, even the books, right? I managed to find one book and read it. And even the book material that they made of the games is sometimes Sam has to kill, but otherwise he's stealthy, he tries to do it stealthy. Sometimes you gotta knife a guy if you're trying to sneak into some Iranian facility or whatever. And if you get caught, you know, you pull out your rifle, you shoot some guys down, you try to get behind and continue mission, get to the exfiltration. There's exciting stuff you can do there. Because that's a whole theme of its own, right? The modern techno-thriller spy, where you're trying not to get caught, but if you get caught, pum 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 pum. As opposed to, wee, spin, spin, spin. Grab the gun, use the gun as a club. We're just going in, fist fight, fist fight, fist fight. That's a totally different genre entirely. So my critique is that we're going too far away from what makes Splinter Cell Splinter Cell. Like I said, I enjoyed the double agent that I played, so I'm okay with the series going in different directions. But it's gotta stay with its roots. If it wasn't Sam, I'm fine with that. I'm perfectly fine if it isn't Sam, because Sam is 70 fucking years old by 2025. He literally looks like Santa Claus. And he's spinning around like he's still 23. That's why I actually want a Splinter Cell that has Sam in Lambert's role. I want Splinter Cell to have Sam retire from active field work, because even in 2007, he's like 50 years old. He's still in very excellent fitness, but he's not Superman. He's basically the flagship of Third Echelon, where here is a man with a remarkable military career who retired out at like 40 or whatever after working with the SEALs at the CIA. He's enjoying his time off. We want to do this program. We work with Sam. He's excellent. Take him back in. And so he does a few very good missions for the government. At that point, he should retire. He should promote upwards. He should go from field work to director and operation stuff. That is how it works. Sam was military. That's how it works in the military. You think some Navy Admiral, some Army Command Sergeant Major is kicking down doors and putting rifles in people's faces? Nah. Sometimes they might find themselves on the battlefield in a command and control position, and heaven forbid, the fighting actually comes to them. That means that things have really gone shit's creek, and sure, they'll help out where they can, but ideally they aren't. They shouldn't. They will if it has to, but they shouldn't. They're badasses that take that experience into a command and operations position. If they have Sam at 70 fucking years old acting like some kind of magical ninja, Tom Clancy is weeping in whatever afterlife he's in. I don't know the guy. Because you're only allowed to put my name on it if it's somewhat realistic. I didn't even want the trifocal goggles. That was too fantasy for me. Tom Clancy would demand his name be taken off the Netflix series. It's too different. It's too fantasy. It's not the techno-thriller DNA. It's the critiques that it's too different and they're gonna replace Sam because of woke and DAI, that is stupid. That's just moronic. That's just white supremacists who believe they're part of some secret fraternity where they could spot people's blue hair dye from a mile away based on having a prominent black character. That's just moronic. But I do believe it's getting too different because it's no longer adhering to the purpose of the series. The purpose of the series is that you could have an old badass, Sam was an old badass, but it's grounded in realism. It's not just, here's some wild kung fu. The wild kung fu is that Sam could hang upside down and snap somebody's neck and do some Krav Maga if he has to, but he's probably going to get shot up if he gets in a firefight with even 3 guys. You know, it's a completely different thing. It's more Marvel Cinematic Universe than it is Tom Clancy. I don't mind if he gets into firefights. I don't mind if he has to get into fistfights. But it's not Splinter Cell. You see the thumbnail for the trailer video, you're thinking it reminds you of this original concept design for the first game where they realized he realized that he looked like they were pulling him out of retirement. And that's the thing, in the first game he basically was pulled out of retirement. But there's a difference between pulled out of retirement in his 40s and 50s, when he was still doing like Navy SEAL stuff, CIA stuff, within recent memory, and pulling him out of retirement when he's 70 years old. He should be on his couch, right, watching whatever daytime TV as he waits for Sarah to bring his grandkid over. You know, that's the kind of retirement that he's being pulled out of at 75. So, I don't have hopes with it. Not because of the stupid reason given that, oh no, it's too woke, that's just dumb. I think it's gonna be very Season 1 Netflix Castlevania. Nobody likes Season 1 Netflix Castlevania. They have an idea, they have a license. They want to make it all mature, so they go the gory, edgy, violent route in a way that doesn't exactly have anything to do with the source material. Apparently Season 2 and 3 do a whole lot better at being an actual fun, violent Castlevania anime. But Season 1's not there, and I don't think that Splinter Cell, Death Watch, or whatever is going to be all that interesting to me. For much the same reason. I have all the words. Remaining crew member, there's no spared, was discovered the sleep. In cases like this, it's about the syntax. He was refused the medicine, whichever medicine it was here, having slept on watch duty. However, the medicine was poisonous? So Jack Stryton, Cyril Amiot, and Tom Adkin died. Let's focus on 1797 first. Scarlet fever. Let's see. Their death was primordial salt. Blood agent, nerve agent. Anesthetic. Paralyzes the lungs and fatal if overdosed. White liquid. So, Did she possibly get the medicines mixed up? White liquid? Brown liquid? Antiparasitic is morticium. Antiparasitic makes sense if they're trying to avoid a tropical disease. That's a dark blue liquid, but they were given promodal salt instead, a white liquid. They were supposed to have morticium. How does that make sense for here? She's got the runny red eyes. Red pockmark, very high temperature, yellowing eyes. You think maybe she just couldn't tell them apart? What game is this? Oh man, I better have updated the category. This is Rise of the Golden Idols, final DLC. The Curse of the Last Reaper. Golden Idol games enjoy giving you a scenario and a whole lot of blanks, and you gotta figure out what's going on based on the clues you can find and sometimes the syntax. Okay. Spilsbury, isn't it? Yeah, Antoine Spilsbury. Wanted the expedition terminated. Now, they're not attacking us. We don't need to be afraid. Mr. Monocle is afraid and wants to return home. Boy flag colors behind him. After the discovery? After the body of somebody was discovered. Do you think that's Radigan Olita? He's got the leg cut tattoo on him, which means he was probably dirty. He's got a beard. Radigan. Beard here. So I guess that is Radigan's body after he was pulled off the ship with the net. Or, well, I guess the net wouldn't be pulled off. So whoever pulled him off the ship and killed him brought him over here. He goes missing, and then they find his body. To ensure the expedition continued, somebody poisoned isn't an option. Killed Antoine with Firaxin. The only guy with access to pink paste for industrial processing. Well, the only pink paste I see is the mustache care from this guy's tent. He's the driver, and he's also got what appears to be communications and encryption stuff in here. He might be part of some other plot we don't know about yet. He could be the killer. If I go off of who has pink paste, and thus would be in a position, that'd be whatever his name is. Ivan? I got incorrects all around though. I feel like this stuff is correct except for maybe the name. Which means that something here is wrong. Enough wrong to get more than 2 wrong. And swapping this stuff around doesn't get me. So, primordial salt, morticium, morticium, morticium. I think it's a semantic thing of what was provided. Having slept on morticium, having slept on watch duty. Primordial salt she provided. So it wasn't that she wanted to give them morticium, but gave them primordial salt instead. She provided them primordial salt, which was poisonous. And now 2 or fewer incorrect. It could have been Jasper who poisoned the guy, because this is his map, his expedition. It could be the word poisonous is not right. Could have been Ivan after all, Mr. Pink. Could it have been Eliza who did the poisoning? Myrtle? Antoine Spilsbury wanted the expedition terminated after the body of Radiga Olita was discovered. That's true, we've seen it. To ensure the expedition continued, somebody killed Antoine with Firaxin, and we know it's Firaxin. Because that's all correct. So what's wrong over here? We have 3 people on watch duty that did not oversleep, and 1 who did. So Stefan over here survived by virtue of oversleeping and being denied his medicine. Adabeka got scarlet fever. We know that's correct. Red pockmarks, very high temperature, yellowing eyes. Vomiting, high temperature, and fever. She's not reported to have vomiting or anything. She's got very watery eyes. She's got the pockmarks. We know this is Stefan Garner because his punishment's the only reason he's alive. He didn't take the medicine. Triton, Surreal, Tom Atkin consumed the Promodil salt she provided. Promodil salt was poisonous. Jax Triton, and they all died. Promodil salt is correct. As an overdose, it causes lack of oxygen in blood, nerve agents presence. Hence the way they died. So it has to be Promodil salt as the assumption of what they were given. Poisonous is correct. And that is Ada Baker. Maybe it was Maleditaria instead, but that doesn't make sense if it's Maleditaria. Everything else that I swap out says no, that's wrong. But that doesn't, so... That looks like pockmarks to me. Pockmarks or rashes and very runny eyes. Pockmarks. What if we flip the script here? What if it turns out that she doesn't have a tropical disease? Suffocation fatal, stops heart fatal. Hallucinogen, overheats body. Damage to digestive system. Karatil. Brain death. Paralyzes lung, hallucinogen. Neurozinth. Neurozinth leads to extreme nausea. So maybe the purpose of the dead guy having the guide to mushrooms isn't just as a red herring to think, oh, he must have eaten the mushroom. Yellow Amanita has Neurozinth, as does Murky Cone Cup, as does Wizard Half. Neurozinth gives a hallucinogen. That's a yellow powder. Could she simply be high? Heading back, Ada reports slight fever and has red marks. Saw the dreaded spitflies again. Has a preventative cure for the fever in her kit. Spitflies is scarlet fever. Red pockmarks. High temperature. So, it's feasible to assume that she was probably in the early stages of the scarlet fever. She got the pockmarks. She was starting to get a fever. If that's the case, if it was the spitflies, specifically mentioned spitflies, and not the swamp mosquitoes, they look pretty different. Is it a semantic thing? I don't think it is. Promodil salt as a preventative measure. An anesthetic. Why would she give an anesthetic as an anti-parasitic? Give old Tom a sign. Tom Adkin must be the captain. Preventative cure. Drowsiness doth overtake me, and the witch proclaims herself stricken with illness. Drowsiness overtakes me. That's him oversleeping. And that's her tent. So what assumption do I have wrong here? Man's not breathing, he's got the nerve agent eyes, he's got the overstimulation, so he's covering his nose. He's covering his ears. He's covering his face. And the tattoo tells us which tent he belongs to. I'm 2 or fewer on something. This is frustrating. Confirming my things here. All these confirmations. So, the two things that don't flop to incorrect is a scarlet fever is apparently incorrect, but it's the correct flies and the correct symptoms. So what else is not swapping over to incorrect? Rexon is right. All cases of Promodil salt are correct. Right. The whodunit and the initial disease. Scarlet fever feels correct, but if scarlet fever's giving me 2 or fewer incorrect, then maybe they misidentified. She contracted Maleditaria and Jasper Wiles killed him. And Ivan killed him. And Myrtle killed him. Ada Baker killed him. Stefan Garner killed him. She contracted nothing. What's supposed to be the hint that she didn't actually contract anything then? Is it that her symptoms weren't perfectly aligned with the scarlet fever? The correct flies are identified. She has pockmarks. She reported a fever. So it could be assumed that she's merely very early into her illness. You were correct that Ivan Kearns was the one that killed him because he's got the pink paste. That could be Phyraxin, the industrial whatever. So it was the fact that she hadn't contracted anything. Sure, she has makeup, but how are we to jump to the logic that she was faken? There's plenty of evidence to assume that she was possibly just too early for her eyes to go yellow. And the flies were seen. One of the crew members talked about the right flies for scarlet fever being there. Ada Baker painted the red spots on her face to convince the crew she had scarlet fever. As a ship's surgeon, she prescribed them all a prophylactic antidote, which was actually poisoned. Only Stefan survived, as Captain Triton denied him the dose. When Antoine Spilsbury saw Radigan Olita's bloated body strung up like a scarecrow, he panicked and wanted to end the expedition. As a financier and ship's owner, his decision would have been final. To prevent this from happening, Ivan Karen laced Antoine's whiskey with a deadly pink paste, which he kept in his tent disguised as mustache wax. I don't mind so much that sometimes you do have to jump to some kind of guesswork, because the very puzzle of the game is also a way the game communicates with you, as you try to sort out your possible assumptions by putting things into the blanks. In your head, you start making even more connections based on what starts to make sense, filling out the sentences, and that could open your eyes to more things. And then sometimes you think you have a really good idea, and then you put it in there and it says 2 or fewer incorrect. And you're like, wait a minute, how is that 2 or fewer incorrect? Because the game's communicating. It's telling you, haha, you fool. You fell for the misdirect. And you think, well, if that's wrong, what part is correct? So I don't mind that so much. Question here becomes, why would Ada Baker want to fake the scarlet fever and poison the crew? And ideally become the only survivor? That kind of comes out to you as a surprise. And so, as you play the game, ideally, you hope that this is a mystery that illuminates, because this is a switcheroo now. This is something you did not expect. Did that take me almost 2 hours to get through? No, that was an hour and a half. Because the first BRB was like, what? 2 hours 20? And now it's 3 hours 55? Let's keep going then. Dear Quick Eye Steward, it has come to our attention that a new obsession has gripped Pork Armando. The hunt for the legendary Captain Triton's treasure. We require you to proceed. We require you to proceed immediately and investigate the matter thoroughly. Our sources suggest the treasure may contain the fabled Lemurian artifact known as the Wish Bloom. According to legend, The Wish Bloom possesses the ability to grant wishes, though it does so in a perverse and twisted manner. Maybe that's why everyone was having transformations on the boat. The Master at Arms got shot at the back, and he started transforming into a bird, because maybe he thought, who the hell shot me? And so we got the birdly ability to turn his head completely around. Maybe the bosun's son wanted to be able to escape, so he transformed into a bird so he could take flight. Or something. And then people who wanted to survive their fight were transforming in more beastly ways. And was it the navigator who was harpooned trying to climb aboard the lifeboat and drowned? Maybe he... There were fish. There's pufferfish now that bear the mark on his back. So maybe he wanted the ability to survive underwater. But his skeleton was down there, so he did drown. Securing this artifact is of utmost importance for organization. Is there an organization? Hold on. Yours in the mask. Is this the secret society that was involved in the plot to the first Golden Idol game? Or is there some other organization that wants to secure Lemurian artifacts from getting into the wrong hands? Or is it the same organization that got perverted? However, you are to exercise the highest degree of caution in its presence. We have enclosed a Lemurian text detailing the known properties and behaviors of the Wish Bloom. Study it carefully. Quick Eye Steward. Oh, that's gotta be... Finally, you will need to contact our initiate, whose details are provided over Leaf. He will obey your orders and help you in this mission. Yours in the mask, Quick Eye Master. Stewards and Master. So I think this is the same organization as the Secret Society that first Golden Idol, but I forget how the organization breaks down. All I know is that the blonde girl who was looking through the medical text to find out what poisoned the guy, she has a Lemurian text detailing the effects of the Wish Bloom. So she is a quick-eyed steward. What if we open Case of the Golden Idol right now? And try to refresh myself on the organization. Select launch option. Case of the Golden Idol, Case of the Golden Idol Redux. That's new. Since when was there a Redux version of Golden Idol? October 10, 2024. Redux update available now. Overhaul to the UI. Let's see. New UI and hint system. Overhaul to the UI, improve readability navigation. Steam Deck support. Huh. Let's just launch it as I know it. Okay, Case of the Golden Idol. Spider of Lanka, Lemurian vampire you played before. Epilogue. I think it was here where we get a lot of clues as to the organization, yeah? Ritual of Dispute. Proud Beast Clan, Water Snake Clan, Dark Hand. There are stewards, initiates, and masters. So this is... What clan is this again? Quick Eye. So Quick Eye is a new one. We don't know the Quick Eye clan. Brothers wear a mask appropriate to their house. Wear robes appropriate to their rank. Master, steward, initiate. So maybe this is a house in opposition to these. And these guys have their roles, right? Scepter born by the Water Snake Master. I kind of miss some of the ways this went. Okay, let's go back to this one then. So this is a fourth house or a fourth clan. Quick Eye, that's a symbol of the Quick Eyes, and the three eyes of the Master. So cool. So she should have those tattoos then, yeah? And that must be the ancient text detailing the transformation. She's keeping it very on the down low then. So, maybe these two were both of the same organ... That's what this symbol is then. That symbol is a Quick Eye house. You're the Quick Eye steward then. And Quick Eye, her journal here only has one eye on it. She's an initiate. Look at all this stuff we're learning. Contact our initiate whose details are provided over leaf. He will obey your orders and help in this mission. Okay, no. If the initiate is a he, then maybe the guy financing it is the initiate, while the steward, who's actually in charge of this mission, is hiding as a less notable member of it. There's layers to this over here now. Okay, so before I continue, let me quickly turn something off over here. Since there's already plenty of music for this scene. Let me grab a BRB then before I resume. I got plenty of tea since I was spending the last hour and a half trying to make good progress through that very nice puzzle. And then we'll see what's next. This plot keeps opening more and more. We'll have to see how this loops back in with everything else, but as far as more puzzle, more golden idol, I'm enjoying it so far, so give me a sec. Boom, boom, boom. So, let's go further in. Ada Baker apparently wanted to poison the crew, and now we know that somebody in the modern day is also part of some sort of ancient conspiracy. So what's next? Wishblue, old bones and old sins. Are we going backwards with this thing? Hold on, hold on. These guys are on the same... They're the same crew as a mutiny here, of course. It's the same crew. Jax Triton, captain. Cyril Amiot was a quartermaster. He died from poisoning. Ada Baker, surgeon, was very likely shot. Walter Keane, scrivener. Tom Adkins, seaman. So Tom wasn't on the crew, wasn't on shore then. Jax was. Jack Triton was killed. Tom Adkin. So Tom Adkin was a Dagon worshipper. He was like, if this is true, give Tom a sign. He was speaking to the third person for himself. Stephen Garner, the powder monkey. He was the one who overslept. He overslept, wasn't given his medicine, so he survived. He probably killed Ada. And then he escapes with his dad here. I think he's already transforming here. And at some point, the transformation turns him into a beast. And he mauls his dad to escape, and his dad shoots him. Mauled to death. And this is probably him here, unless somebody else is over on the island. And so that's our little powder monkey. So who went aboard on this? Captain Jax Triton, Cyril Amiot, Tom Adkin, and Stephen Garner. And he's the only one who survives and returns to ship. So we are going backwards then. Look at how cool that is. Look at how cool that is. In the present, we're starting from where they get the map. They discover the ship. They found their way to the island. And then something else happens. But in the past, we're going backwards. He's transformed and escapes. The mutiny at sea. And I guess this must be after they'd buried the treasure or something. And only the powder monkey comes back alive. And then this is going to be both the latest for the present and the more distant for the past. It's so cool we're going backwards. Also lizards. Or those crocodiles. Whalebone. Somebody's hat has fallen. That hat looks alive. They're tossing the Wishblue in. That's the Lemurian Wishblue. Sir Walter Keane, Esquire. He's a steward of the Black Hand. Captain, as this will be our final meeting, I must say that you are sorely deficient in both elegance and intellect, and bear more resemblance to a brute than a man. Bear more resemblance in a brute than a man. He's making that wish as he shouts up. You are lacking in elegance and intelligence. You're more a brute than a man. And so look at him already transforming. Has full-on fangs and things here. He's got the black mark. He's been riding, he's got a sheath. I can't look at any of these though. What is he even stepping on? Broken glass? Mud? He's been stepping through some mud. A bottle or a jar. We'll look at that stuff after. Yeah, look at him. The captain had normal teeth before. Oh, no. Captain's dead. He dies earlier. It's the first mate that turns into a beast. Can't bear to part with the treasure, eh? But he can stay with it forever. So he's sneezing off of this stuff. The pollen coming up that also makes wishes happen. He's got an O, where the guy down there is an X. An arrow. He's got the treasure map. Captain's journal, February 27. Our raid went off without a hitch. The Lemurians are no match for our steel. The treasure is ours. There's probably going to be one more episode after this then that shows the assault on the Lemurian ship that instigates all this. When I cracked open the chest, a potent sweet scent poured out and filled the room. Pleasant though it was, it set me off into a fit of sneezing. February 28. Word of our attack is circulated. I have learned that the Seven Seas Company has ordered its naval forces to search all ships entering the company's harbors, and to seize any Lemurian artifacts found on board. I know a place where we can hide the chest if this blows over. We'll set sail tomorrow. Clearly, he's given up on it. He's tossing it in here with him. People. Please, Triton, Ada Baker. If he must be sentenced to death, can't we at least allow him a quick and painless end? Don't leave him in that hellhole. Did she love him? Don't fret, Ada. If he told true about those man-eating white alligators attacking them, his death will be quick. Otherwise, the Burke will get what he deserves. What, he's got a derogatory term from being from Berkshire. You think the alligators have been a lie, Tom? Then maybe Jimbo's alive. Shouldn't we check? What do you think, Cyril? You're very welcome to climb down into the grotto and find him, Stefan. I'm sure as hell not risking it for that bastard. He drew his lot and sealed his fate. Jimbo is somebody we didn't see on the boat or the camp, and that'd be him here then. There's more pollen coming off of these. X. X means having to go down and bury the thing, I guess. And when he came down alone, they assumed foul play. There certainly are alligators in the grotto, but they're not white alligators. There is a white skeleton bone of a whale. Given the elongated mouth here, the elongated mouth there, he probably... What if he assumed that this whale bone was a giant white alligator? This guy got stabbed, though. There's no question about that. He's walking through the same muck. He's stepped on the same broken jar. Do you think this was kept in the jar to limit its potency? And they broke it. They dropped it, cracked it, picked it back up. And they stepped through the broken glass to get in here and seal it. But that exposure was already enough to drive them mad. This isn't the right key for this lock, though. Who's got the key for it? You got the key for it, I think. Green lock? With a triangle? To fit the blue triangle keyhole? And in 1927. Would you look at that giant... What is that? Is that a claw or a fin? RA-26Q. That'd be the driver. He's got a submarine. Is that a... No, this is very clearly not a submarine. They had a blimp. His code-breaking machine still here, a rifle. The gas mask has some of the red in the filtration, so he's Do you think this implies that the filtration blocked him getting access to the Wishbloom particles? Or that he's already... Or that some of it might have gone through? Dr. Darren's... Gracolin. 5 of the 6 bullets remain. I think this type of key was last seen in Lemurian Phoenix, wasn't it? It could be a key to operate this. Altitude is supposed to be up, it looks like. Engine 1, left propeller. Up increase power, down reduce power. Pressure in envelope is maxed out. Initiate, inflate, deflate balloon. Up is inflate, down is deflate. So they're already inflating. Increasing engine to the left propeller. Medium. I guess it's, what is this? Not quite neutral engine power, but a little bit above. Pressure in balloon. Tommy gun. Ansel, stop. Wait on nearby island. Stop. When I have it, I'll activate beacon. Stop. Fly to beacon signal. Stop. Others may emerge from grotto with me. Stop. Bring Tommy gun. Stop. Ivan. So that's his communications thing. Grave. Ada Baker. She lived a dangerous life, but always landed on her feet. 1805, so she lived for a little bit longer. I guess our powder monkey let her live. And she remained on the island. There's that whale skull. Maybe the whale was brought back to life as a massive alligator. Crawled down from here and then nature took its course. Treasure of Captain Triton. This has a bit more exposure. You can see that it's much more caked in with the pink. That was a box. They came down, took the box out, and they probably went down this way to come back out. But they got this. They could have gone this way too. Yeah, that's just the machinery type that they have over in Lemuria. R104 radio beacon. 50 kilogram load, or 75 kifs. $100 kilograms or 150 kifs. They're using the 100 kilograms or lesser load. Putridium. This inert vine is known for its foul and overbearing aroma, often likened to that of rotten eggs. It can be used to mask the scent of food, deterring wild predators and scavenger animals from detecting or approaching it. Sorrel grass, which looks like all this now. This weed continuously releases fine hook-shaped spores that can lodge themselves deep within the lungs, causing tissue scarring and damage. Grim. Leg cutters. One was shot. That's the one that was making the call. RA26Q is just given there. Man is not breathing. Red pencil. Grackling. Which type of boxer are you? What is your greatest strength in the ring? Speed and agility, strategy and tactics, strength and power? Which weight class are you? He's in excess of 90 kilograms. He's a heavyweight. How do you generally win fights? Tire out my opponent and strike? Depends who I'm fighting. Knockout, of course. Told your score. The ghost, the wise man, or the ogre? He's the ogre. Gentlemen, are you tired of being a disgusting slob? Do you have a mountain of weight that you just can't shift? Your prayers have been answered. Take one pill each meal, and watch your figure transform. Not for men under 70 kilograms. Common side effects in lighter weight individuals include excessive hair loss and breaking out in purple spots. Hydrogen, air balloon, hydrogen envelope with an air balloon inside and a pump. Left-right engine outputs to steer. Hydrogen provides lift as it is less dense than air. Air balloon to regulate altitude. Max carry weight is 300 kifs. 1.5 kifs equals 1 kilogram. 300 times 1.5 equals 450 kilograms should be plenty. I'll do the math later. And there's a man who murdered a girl to get her map. Eliza, Myrtle, could you hear me down there? He's got his gas mask with minimal exposure. We made it down. The place is teeming with that awful weed Myrtle showed us. Thank God she brought protective gear. Trying to work his way out. There's another hole over here with water. Five words remain, and 14 spots. And who is this? Black Hand Steward is now a turtle. Somebody wanted to survive to the present day. Oh, that's the guy they left down here, wasn't it? He was left here with the Wishblue. I have lived a long time, milady. Much longer than most. And I can honestly say my best years have been spent living this way. With the Wishblue by my side, I feel wonderful. He's planted it into the earth. We saw in the book in the previous that we saw it shedding particles from the top, and we also saw roots going deep through. So I think the fact that it's spreading roots is a very bad thing. So that's really it, huh? No wonder she wanted me to do it. Tell me, do you enjoy your life? Expedition contract. Well, with Antoine Spilsbury dead, would you look at that? Everyone's actually getting an increase to their cuts. Myrtle Song gets 0%. Jasper Wiles gets 30, Eliza Swan 45, Ivan Kearns 25. The Spoils Expedition, I am Myrtle Song, hereby promise to give my share of the treasure to Eliza Swan if she's able to find the Wish Bloom. This was a pilot girl, so the quick eye steward is probably dead over here. Initiate. Well, maybe it's not so much initiate, this eyeball then, more so it's showing that she belongs to. Because it said the initiate was a he. This weed grows thick and tall in dark caverns and hates sunlight. It's entirely harmless, but does get an inert slime on everything it touches. There's some slime on this, but that could just be the gunk from cutting through it. I know it's down here somewhere, but where to even begin looking? We're surrounded by thick walls of sorrel grass, any part of which could be covering it. It would take a lifetime to hack through all this. We need to be sure of our direction. Yeah, see? It's got the particles that come out on top, but also a huge expansive root system for a small plant that this is. She's got maximum exposure here. That's very likely overwhelming the filtration and getting into her. Five of the 6 bullets remain. This guy was shot. Tommy gun magazine full. 5 of the 6 bullets remain. Gas mask has minimal exposure, so I don't think he was down there. He's got the pills. If he wasn't down here, then I think that Ivan here must have shot this guy. Who, it seems, was supposed to be their pilot. Though he's also a leg cutter. He could have betrayed them. There's only 2 more spots to look at. It could be having to click on somebody's portrait. Like this. Empty glass jar is probably to contain this properly. Gas mask with a moderate amount of exposure. That's hers. She took it off. Man's not breathing. There's not a lot of exposure topside, so this guy never went down. So what 2 spots am I missing here? He's got the tattoos. Broken glass. He's got the cork of the jar. Sir Walter Keane Esquire. The hat looks like it's alive here, doesn't it? I think it's just because of the... What would we call that? The cord, the ribbon? And the way it's falling. This is the keep away plant with a nasty smell. If only he had listened to his surgeon. And gave him a quick death. Well, we have all the words. There's only 2 more spots missing. Let's turn the highlights on. So far, I'm not seeing anything for here there be unseen stuff. The note. I didn't touch the note yet. To whomever may find my cherished Wishbloom, I have tried to keep you away, but clearly my efforts have been in vain. So concludes my explanation of the Wishbloom's effects, and the medium through which it acts upon its subjects. If you doubt what I have written here, brace yourself, then cast your gaze above the entrance. Do not be alarmed by my appearance. I mean you no harm. So this guy tried to, you pulled the captain into the sea and then strung up his corpse. The leg is the last thing. Not breathing. I didn't see the not breathing, because clicking the body otherwise gives me this. Highlights off. To turn left, ensure. Right engine output better will turn the ship that way. Right engine output is greater than left engine. To turn right, you do the opposite. Left stronger than the right. To ascend, inflate the balloon. To descend, deflate the balloon. It makes sense. Actually, the air balloon is there. Air balloon to regulate altitude. Hydrogen provides a lift as is less dense than air. So if the air balloon is inflated, then there's more air than hydrogen. And so it will actually descend. To ascend, deflate the balloon. So there is less air than there is lighter than air hydrogen. And to descend, increase the amount of air. So here, they're actually inflate or deflate the balloon. This is a maximum inflation. But this isn't the guy who's meant to pilot it. He's ran off. He's got the treasure chest that was picked up over here. Treasure of Captain Triton. Oh my goodness, he fell for an obvious ruse. When the actual treasure's in here. He's got the wrong box. It's not even in the box. I thought it was suspicious that Ivan's tent has this communications thing. He's communicating with somebody else out there. So he shot the pilot, who actually knows how to fly the damn thing. He made the same mistake I did, where he thinks inflate balloon means turn this thing on to fly away. The left propeller seems to have more power than the right propeller. Instead of... Maybe he thought that left is right, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is, he thought he was going up, and he instead fell into the sea this way. The RA-26Q. Max carry weight is 300 quefs. Now, if this is right, 1.5 quefs equal 1 kilogram, 300 times 1.5 equals 450. I'm going to take his word for it. Ivan's weight in kilogram is at least 90. Ansel's weight... Oh, Ivan's... Hold on. I don't know Ivan's weight, actually, because this we have... Ansel. Yeah, you're not Ivan. Treasure's weight in kilogram. They're using the orange, right? Which means it has to be less than 100 kilograms. I know its maximum is 100. Its weight is at least 00. Maybe the fact that they have this rope here, under 50 kilograms. Total weight, Ivan plus Ansel plus Treasure. I don't know, actually. Max weight is 450 kilograms, so they should have enough. Ansel, wait on nearby island. That's Ansel over there waiting. When I have it, I will activate the beacon. Fly to beacon signal. So Ivan is telling Ansel to fly. Others may emerge from grotto with me. Well, I've got all sorts of confusion now. How do I assume what the weight of the box is? Let's start from the beginning in 1797. We have Walter Keane and Jimpo Jenkins that hid the treasure in the cave. Broke the jar? Lost the jar? It fell down here? They lost the jar. It fell down here. And then these two had the rotten luck of drawing X. They hid the treasure in the cave. Tasked with entering the grotto. This is the crude scrivener. Hence his quills, his prose. He's also got the mark on his back. He's a black hands full as its steward. He's got a stabbed belly, a clean dagger. This guy's got he's missing his actual sword here. He's only got the sheath. Walter Keane killed Jasper Wiles. Walter Keane then removed the treasure, the Wisploom. Before exiting, he hid it in his hat, hence this. And when he was dropped back down, whoop, there goes all that. And this has a sweet smell to it, so we wrapped all this around it to cover the smell. So we smell like rotten eggs. Stole the Wisploom. Walter Keane then wrapped the Wisploom in a putrid vine because this masked the scent, the smell. Walter Keane was caught and sentenced to death. But because, could it be somebody confessed? Somebody knew, maybe? Could it be the broken glass at his shoes? Can't bear to part with the treasure, he can stay with it forever. He sneezed a whole lot. Poured out of the cracked chest, a potent sweet scent poured out, made him sneeze. So, the sneezing was probably the giveaway then. Is sneezed? Yeah. Because Jax Triton sneezed. Incorrect. Walter Keane lost the jar. It was tasked to enter the grotto with Jimpo Jenkins. They hid the treasure of the cave. Inside the cave, Walter killed Jasper. Not Jasper, Jimpo. Then stole the Wisploom. wrap the wish bloom in a Putridium vine because it masks the smell. But because he sneezed, Walter was caught. If they only listened to Ada. So I think it is a sneeze that gave him away. He's got 2 daggers. Wait. Blue dagger? Blue sheath. I think they took his weapon away before they sent him down then. He's got his own dagger, so they didn't actually trust him. They didn't trust the Scrivener. He lost the lots. He sabotaged the lots. There you go. Walter Keane sabotaged the lots. Tasked with entering the grotto, the Jimpo Jenkins. Oh, he sabotaged the lots. Because he's the Scrivener, he has access to the quills and the paper. So he ensured he himself went down. Okay, 1927. We have 4 people here who entered the grotto. We have Myrtle Song, Eliza Swan, dead. And then you have a gas mask. You have a gas mask. So these 4 went down. Which means Jasper and Ivan enter the grotto. They found the box. They didn't find the treasure. There's nothing for the box itself. And found the treasure while winching it up. Somebody knew a people. Activated a beacon? So who's doing the activating? Ansel. When I have it, I will activate a beacon. Fly to the beacon. So, Ansel is supposed to be on this. These guys came to the island by boat, and they had their machine here to drive on over and function as a winch to go up and down. Ivan, with his shady communications, was working with the leg cutters while winching it up. Ivan activated a beacon. And now who's up? Ansel's out, Ivan's out, and Jasper's out. When Jasper climbed out, Ivan and Ansel attacked him. Restrained him. Let's see. Ultimately, Ansel gets shot. So maybe Ivan shot Ansel? Where's wanted? Because he wanted the treasure? He exceeded the weight limit, maybe. He couldn't come with, and so he couldn't leave him. He couldn't take him with, and so he's not going to leave a spurned conspirator behind. But because Ivan I don't think it was sabotaged. He inflated the air balloon. The airship plummeted, so Ivan drowned. Everything correct. That's all good so far. Event number 3. Meanwhile in the grotto. Okay, that's gonna be this here. No. Back up first. I think. No, this weed does not in fact release fine hook-shaped spores. That's just a cutout. That's the next page after. Sorrel grass grows thick and tall in dark caverns and hates sunlight. It's harmless and is just slimy, hence the green ink. Myrtle's song gives share of treasure to Eliza. So, maybe the captain's treasure is separate from the wish bloom itself. The wish bloom is part of the treasure, and they buried the treasure and the wish bloom with it. So maybe the box isn't empty. The box just has other stuff. And the Scrivener had moved the treasure chest from in here to out here. With a very obvious, here's a treasure. Ta-da! So whoever comes down here could be satisfied taking the loot, taking the lucre, and leaving the flower. Myrtle's song promised to give Eliza Swan treasure? There's no her share. Give her treasure if she found the wish bloom in particular. To achieve this, she's taken off her protective stuff by this point. But after reading this letter, Walter Keene's letter, I always forget who Walt is who. They don't give me the names always. Myrtle, Eliza. Eliza realized that Walter blanked the blanks blank. So concludes my explanation of the Wishbloom's effects. Transformed. Activated the Wishbloom's envelope. To achieve this, five of the 6 bullets remained. She evidently shot Myrtle. Somebody verbed her blank. And verbed the blank's blank. She's got a jar on her that clearly was meant to contain it. Thick wall of sorrel grass. Be sure of our direction. Okay, I think I see what happened. So Eliza removed her gas mask and followed the Wishbloom's smell. But after reading Walter Keene's letter, Eliza realized that... Oh... that Myrtle followed the machete's path? No. She's also got a whole lot of exposure in here. Follow the sorrel grass weeds. It's green, so... Did she also follow the Wishbloom smell? Blank blank. in which I get confused by the syntax. Either way, Eliza shot Myrtle. Knew the Wishblooms. Harmless but gets slime everywhere. Is it a measure of which plant it is? Sorrel grass. Petridium isn't here anymore. Radio beacon. That's a beacon to follow. Maybe there's a bit of Petridium around here, but it doesn't look like it. I just see the sorrel grass everywhere. Maybe Walter Keane didn't like the smell of the putrid grass. After reading... She's got the letter right here from Myrtle. So we have two letters. It could be that she read Myrtle's letter. Oh, hold on. I wasn't quite done. After reading Walter Keane's letter, Eliza Swan realized that Myrtle's song knew the Wishbloom smell transformed people, so Eliza Swan shot Myrtle's song. Myrtle's song promised to give Eliza Swan treasure she found the Wishbloom. To achieve this, Eliza Swan removed her gas mask and followed the Wishbloom's smell. But after reading Walter Keane's letter, Eliza Swan realized that Myrtle's song knew the Wishbloom smell transformed people, so Eliza Swan shot her. Why? Is it because you knew that between seeing this grotesquerie here and knowing that she's already consumed a possible latent amount from the filter being overwhelmed? 1800. We now get something in the middle. Who's that? Do you ever wish you could change the past, my love? No, darling. I've already got my wish, and so much more besides. Ada was allowed to live, we know that. Because even though in 1797, sickness and health, she was held up here, right? 1797, you wouldn't shoot a sick woman, would you? His hands are shaky, he never actually does it. I feel like this is the final episode then, if we're already getting to something like this. Is this going to be the culmination to describe the entire DLC? On February 27, 1797, Jax Triton and his crew pillaged a Lemurian ship after who tipped off who? After someone tipped off someone. With the treasure in their possession, the crew got betrayed. With the treasure in their possession, the crew got transformed, got infected by the Wishbloom's smell, except for Eliezer Garner, because he had no nose. Meanwhile, the Seven Seas Company searched for the Wishbloom, so the crew hid it. While doing so, Walter Keane. There's no betrayed. Stole the Wishbloom, but he was caught and sentenced to death in the grotto. Pillaged a Lemurian ship after who tipped off who. Dearest Walter Keane, Ergin Patu tipped off Walter Keane. So we had Walter Keane's name long before we knew who he was. Shadow the man you once were, worried by the weight of cruel fate. There's a remedy. Come into possession of the gift to become a new man. Ergin Patu to Walter Keane. Walter Keane sounds familiar, actually, Ron Wotton. Maybe I do know where the name Ergin Patu comes from after all. Two or fewer incorrect. February 27, 1797, Jax Triton and his crew pillaged a Lemurian ship after Ergin Patu tipped off Walter Keane. With the treasure in possession, the crew got infected by the Wishbloom smell, except for Eliezer Garner because he had no nose. Seven Seas Company searched for the Wishbloom, so the crew hid it. While doing so, Walter Crew stole the Wishbloom, but he was caught and sentenced to death in the grotto. But he was punished? I think he was caught and sentenced to death in the grotto. Search for the treasure? There. Treasure in general. Walter Keane and Ergin Patu. Excuse me. Okay, let me very quickly. We'll turn this off momentarily. 'Cause I want to go back in and try to find things. Ergen Patu. So Ergen Patu was down here. Here is the man who knew about what was going to happen. Seven Seas Company. Reclaim our honor. Invite a member of the Patu clan to spend a leisurely week at my estate. Let me see where else I might have seen some other names. Walter Keane. Lazarus Hurst jumped from the lighthouse to the idol to demonstrate the miracle of flying. Griffin Reborn. So you're Walter Keane here. The Dark Hand Steward. So Walter Keane, so Patu had minor prominence in this, but Walter Keane was more involved, I think. Dark Hand Initiate. Dark Hand Steward. That's Walter Keane over there. Walter Keane was challenged to a dispute ritual. Along with David Goran, ambushed Dark Hat Initiate. David Goran, posing as a Dark Hat Initiate, signaled to Walter Keane with a tankard which cup had no poison. Jeffrey Sinclair drank the other cup and died. Meanwhile, Lazarus Hurst passed the Inception ritual, became Proud Beast Initiate, Dark Hand Steward, and Proud Beast Initiate. Actually, no, go back in. Griffin has spoken. For that guy's death. Where do we first see Walter Keane? Walter Keane is you. Edmund Clodsley needed a corpse. Walter Keane, along with accomplices, delivered a coffin. Upon entering, Hardy Abe suddenly clubbed David Goran. Edmund Clodsley increased the amount of air in the vase, yada yada yada. He dead, you hiding in here. So, Keane... henchman for hire in Timberbrook region. Little Pip. Gentleman robber strikes in Westbrook. Infamous gentleman robber Walter Keane and unnamed associates. So Walter Keane started off as a highwayman, a scoundrel. Impeccable suit, new hat, and he ends up as a scrivener 10 years later of some random pirate crew. So here he's a highwayman, and then by here he's Dark Hand Steward, possibly always was, and then becomes the co-conspirator of Edmund. He's not over in here, but Batu is. Three years have passed. So this would be 91? Walter Keane received minus 32 merit. So Walter Keane's already having hard times now. David Goran. Well, I know he survives here despite his culprit. Walter Keane. Flirted 3 times. Ridiculous headgear. Expelled from the party of order. So he went from highwayman and Dark Hand Steward at an instrument of Edmund's rise to power, and then expelled. Could be worse. He could have been destroyed. How about towards the end? Does Walter Keane have an appearance here? It's been ages, so I forget. In the afternoon, David Goran went to the cabin to kill Walter Keane because Walter Keane had tried to blackmail Lazarus Hearst to get back his lost years. Black Hand Steward. Because of his demerits, right? He wasn't just expelled, he had his years taken away. And then transformed. Or had his years taken away and then expelled. Killing David Goran. So it is pretty cool how this does tie back to the plot of the first Golden Idol. Ambitious, inventive, but treacherous as many smart people are. Betraying his crew right up until the end. You took 32 things from me, I demand you return them. If you refuse, I'll make the story of your true origins known to the other party leaders. So he gets some revenge. Epilogues I was looking for. Whatever is necessary to build a better world. Brotherhood of the Masks. So there's another mask though. There's a mask that isn't here. Walter Keane, steward of this one. Left the idol to the Brotherhood as well, but David Garan on Edmund's orders stole the idol. Brotherhood tasked Walter Keane to punish Edmund, recover the idol, but his attempts were fruitless. Walter Keane captured, and Edmund Clawley convinced him to join his side. Okay, and that's our catch-up then, with dear Walter Keane, who afterwards joined up with the pirate crew, still in communication with Ergen Patu, who sympathizes with his great loss of status, and was tipped off towards the Wishbloom. So isn't that funny then, that his master, who he tried to support, had initially tried to seek immortality, to include stealing his years, and now, as a tortoise man, he wanted his years back. He wanted to live longer, I guess. And so he became a tortoise. On the way back to the ship, Ada successfully poisoned everyone except for Stefan Garner, who then spared her. Who then spared Ada Baker. On the journey back home, the remaining crew members killed one another except for Eliza Garner and Stefan Garner, who escaped with the map. After making it back to Port Armando, Stefan Garner transformed and fatally wounded Eliza, who in turn killed him. Meanwhile, back on the island, Ada Baker and Walter Keane also transformed. No! He didn't shoot her, though. She seems rather alright. Epilogue. This is the end then. Will we get an epilogue in the future for the 1972 folk? These two did transform. On the way back to the ship, Ada successfully poisoned everyone. She kind of did. This guy's dead for part of the crew that went out. This guy's left behind for the treasonous, duplicitous bastard he is. Captain. And 1, 2, 3. And Ada herself. Captain. And the other two, and Ada herself, and the guy who didn't take the medicine, he went back to the boat. So she did poison everyone except for him, that's true. Ada Baker successfully poisoned everyone except for Stefan Garner. Yeah. Infected! No. On the journey back home, remaining crew members killed one another, except for Garner and Garner, who escaped with the map. That's true. teleport Armando. Stefan Garner spared. Transformed. I got the wrong verb there. Wish Bloom complete. Curse of the Last Reaper. Oh, that's so we completed the whole story of the DLC then. We're done. That is it then. We've already finished it. Well, I guess we're gonna get the epilogue for the future stuff then. Or like this part and the cutscene after. The Wishbloom smell infected the pirates during their journey to the island, although they didn't know it yet. After the poisoning, Stefan spared Ada, so she returned to the grotto to rescue Walter. The couple lived happily together until Ada's eventual death. In 1927, Myrtle convinced the expedition team to wear gas masks to the grotto, telling them the sorrel grass there was dangerous. So the point in her ripping the note was so they would look in the book and see, oh no, this really is dangerous grass. When Eliza learned that the Wishbloom smell mutated humans into animal hybrids, she realized the real reason Myrtle had insisted on the masks, and that Myrtle had sacrificed Eliza's humanity to find the Wishbloom. Well, what about Eliza then? Don't tell me she's gonna be Walter's next wife. She's gonna escape from it. There was a giant fin in the sea. That wouldn't be her because she was in the grotto at the same time. But that giant fin is that's kind of scary. Is she gonna fly away? Is she gonna be a harpy? She loved flight after all. 5 years later. Is she the skeleton? There was a skeleton that washed up on a beach after an island was washed away. I think it was the island of this grotto. No, because the grotto was still there. They set off on the expedition. But she probably flew off to the island that got washed away or something. Either way, I think that's her. I think that was actually... No, because that bird was in the past. With all the timeline back and forth, I'm getting myself confused. No, because the bird skeleton already exists before they go off. So whatever happens 5 years later is 5 years after all that. I was just getting my timelines all confused. So her fate is unknown until I press this button. Leaving tribute of books and cigarettes. Somebody knows. Oh, just a thank you for playing when I'm left with more questions. What do we have here? That's the new First Sentinel dog. That's old Roy, right? Is this our... He's got the teleporty thing on him. Well... That's the last of the golden idols. I kinda thought. That maybe we would get some of the... Where was it under? Some continuation to some of the threads. Where's the final bit? The final cutscene. There's TVs and there are these. Yeah, like these two meeting up in prison. It's kind of just a funny thing, like, haha, I remember her. And a little bit of foretelling that we'll see her again in the DLC immediately after. I kind of thought that there might have been a unifying thread to pull from the base game and weaving throughout the DLCs. But it's also pretty cool that it's not just here's a Golden Idol DLC that harkens back to the first one, but directly involves major characters therein. Major characters I confess I've forgotten all about. If I replayed Golden Idol to refresh myself on Golden Idol before playing Golden Idol in its entirety, might have been like, Walter Keane, remember that guy? But that's how Golden Idol works, isn't it? Filling in those blanks. It's kind of a shame now, because this means there's no more excellent Idol games to play. We're all finished. A fun experience beginning to end, and this one didn't have any unfair tricky spots like we had in Lemurian Phoenix, where this bitch over here, when confronted Koi Nagasai, blasted Gresto nose with a fire extinguisher, then Koi Nagasai struck Gresto with a fire extinguisher. The fact that he struck him with a fire extinguisher was extremely obvious. And so, man, I was stuck for hours on this because, okay, we know he killed with the fire extinguisher. Is it something before he kills her with the fire extinguisher? Is it something after he kills with the fire extinguisher? What am I missing? And it turns out that no. It's just a pointless extra detail that he was blasted in the face first. But Guinea, if you paid attention, Guinea, he's got the inhaler. That means that it's super important to know that he was blasted in the face first because the carbon dioxide killed him. Or he was fucking hit in the face. It doesn't change anything. Either way, he was hit in the face. So I'm glad that the details in this one all mattered. They weren't superfluous things that don't illuminate anything but just add extra busy work. For the most part, this series has been good about it. It's only been the one time. Naturally, I would love more Golden Idol. And I think that the one thing that I really long for is the complexity. Especially if we compare it back to the first Golden Idol. And we go to, not Spider Blanca. Remember this? Remember being faced with all these, right? Is this not captioned correctly? There we go. How far behind is the stream then? If I'm looking over the... There we go. When I was looking at the stream on my tablet, it wasn't capturing the way I thought it was capturing. Anywho, remember all this, where it gives me all these blanks. And before I fill it out, this looks completely indecipherable. Because we just had a whole lot of everything. Early in the morning, blanks. Before afternoon, blanks. Early in the afternoon, blanks. And How do I get out? Where's my away from here? And nothing but a whole bunch of seemingly disconnected things. I feel like the new Golden Idol is relatively simplistic. In some ways it's good, because you could focus on things, make it more fair, less unfairly tricky. But I mean, you look at all these, and like, so many of it doesn't seem to really connect until you really start taking the time to pour in and dig in. And this had its own fun thing where you're trying to figure out rules out of thin air, practically. And Rise certainly has stuff like that. I think ultimately, what I hunger for is, after being trained on 2 Golden Idol games with their DLCs, make it hurt! Now I know that more isn't always better, but I'm kind of fantasizing now about scenarios and chapters that are so deeply involved that you're basically working with the smallest of chisels to get into the densest of rock. Now, of course, you gotta make a fun game out of it, so I'm not saying they need to make a super try-hard, giant Giga Brain Lord kind of esoteric puzzle. But they had some fun stuff in here. The twisted perception in the Sins of New Wells was especially fun. Naturally, there's lots of ways they could produce more Golden Idol. They went from 18th century to mid-20th century. The future's there, the past is there, there's so much we can do. So, I definitely look forward to the possibility of more Golden Idol. And if all we get is these 2 games of DLCs, I had so much fun that I hunger for more. But because there are no more that we could consume, sadly, I'm going to have to end it here then. The game has been won. And so now, where am I going to send you guys on over to? Asumi was on earlier, but has since finished. Jinx and Carver and their pal Leonidas are both playing Peak, but sadly Peak gives me the motion sick. So Schubert, let's raid Schubert. Well, folks, thank you for hanging out, dropping in. As I indulge myself with my mysteries, Golden Idol is excellent stuff, it turns out. And today is it for September. Which means tomorrow is October. So look forward to the fun stuff that are planned for then. I'll catch you around. Stick around for the Raid to Shoops. And see you guys later.
新しく雲の輝こう強く
Here we observe the North American tree slug in its natural habitat. This voracious detrivore is considered by many to be simply a snail without a shell. Nothing could be further from the truth. The juggernaut-like forward motion of the North American tree slug, in the absence of his natural predators, is truly terrifying to behold. Many an entomologist, ignorant of the raw animal power of the slug, has awoken in his tent to find his rare lichen samples partially devoured in only a few short hours. And there are many more kinds of slug, all around us, everywhere.